Halo, halo. O, słychać mnie. Dzień dobry Państwu. Doceniamy, że przyszli Państwo tak wcześnie i w taką pogodę. Dzień dobry wszystkim, którzy są z nami zgromadzeni w Szkole Filmowej. Dzień dobry wszystkim, którzy są z nami online. Mam nadzieję, że już Państwo też się powoli podłączają. Zaczynamy drugi dzień konferencji Nowe narracje wizualne. Zanim przedstawię naszych panelistów, chciałabym powiedzieć o kilku takich sprawach organizacyjnych dzisiejszego dnia. Zaraz będzie panel, który potrwa do godziny 12:15. Panel przygotowała pracownia eseju filmowego. O godzinie 11:00, chociaż trochę z nieśmiałością o tym mówię, bo być może podbiorę część publiczności, która tutaj jest. Ale jest oprowadzanie Agnieszki Surel po wystawie. Niestety różne rzeczy się dzieją na konferencji równolegle, bo program jest naprawdę bogaty i musieliśmy jakoś sobie z tym poradzić. Więc o 11:00 oprowadzanie po wystawie, które zaczyna się w punkcie info. Potrwa do mniej więcej 12:30. I potem mamy dwa bloki pracowni VR. Pierwszy blok badawczy, drugi blok bardziej artystyczny, więc będzie dużo dzisiaj o wirtualnej i rozszerzonej rzeczywistości. A wieczorem o godzinie 17:30 w kinie premiera filmu Joanny Żylińskiej Non-Human Creativity i później po tej premierze będzie prelekcja Joanny, która potrwa mniej więcej do godziny 18:30. To z kwestii programowych, a jeszcze z kwestii networkingowych wieczorem dla osób, które są w Łodzi. Przygotowaliśmy afterparty, które odbędzie się też w tym budynku. Pogoda jest deszczowa, ale pomieścimy się, mam nadzieję, wszyscy tutaj. Afterparty zaczyna się o godzinie 20:00. Będzie DJ set Oramix, DJ Monster, Oramix i VJ Michał Szota przygotowuje dla Państwa wizualizację, więc będzie, mam nadzieję, ciekawie. Wszyscy, którzy jeszcze są w innych miastach niż Łódź, są pilnie proszeni o zgłoszenie się na pociąg i przybycie do nas dzisiaj przynajmniej na tą drugą część. Zachęcamy, zapraszamy, czekamy na Państwa wszystkich i tym samym zaczynamy już panel pracowni eseju filmowego. Mamy duży skład. Jest z nami gość zagraniczny, Ariel Avisar, eseista, wideo, wykładowca, doktorant, stypendysta The Steve Tisch School of Film and Television na Uniwersytecie w Tel Awiwie. Jest redaktorem In Transition, The Journal of Videographic Film and Moving Image Studies. Jest współredaktorem plebiscytu Best Video Essays i prowadzi różne warsztaty, seminaria poświęcone krytyce wideo. Hi Ariel, thank you for joining us in Łódź. Stanisław Liguziński, wideoeseista, nauczyciel i koordynator inicjatyw badawczych w ramach kursu magisterskiego Research
within the framework of the master's course Research
Cinema w Holenderskiej Akademii Filmowej, kurator filmowy i kurator VR-owy, doktorant w Instytucie Sztuk Audiowizualnych Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego, no i też współprowadzący pracownię eseju filmowego właśnie w vnLabie, współkierownik. Michał Matuszewski, kurator filmowy, programer, badacz, eseista filmowy, kurator wielu wydarzeń filmowych, m.in. retrospektyw w Centrum Sztuki Współczesnej Zamek Ujazdowski i współkurator konkursu polskich filmów eksperymentalnych oraz konkursu międzynarodowego na festiwalu Shortwaves i współkierownik, zastępca kierownika, chyba tak poprawnie, pracowni eseju filmowego dołączył do zespołu niedawno, z czego się bardzo cieszymy. I Kuba Mikurda, którego chyba nie trzeba tutaj w tym miejscu Państwu przedstawiać. Kuba, reżyser, badacz filmu, kierownik Instytutu Nauk o Sztuce i pracowni eseju filmowego Szkoły Filmowej w Łodzi. W 2018 roku zrealizował swój debiut filmowy
He made his
Love
debut
Express, przypadek Waleriana Borowczyka, no i
with
teraz
Love
niedawno
Express,
też znaną
Love
Państwu na
Express, the
pewno
case of
ucieczkę na
Valerian
Srebrny
Borowczyk.
Glob, wielokrotnie
He
nagradzaną.
recently shot The Escape
To z osób, które są tutaj z
to
nami na
the
miejscu,
moon.
a online mam
So
nadzieję, że już
these are
też jest
the
z
people here
nami.
with us.
Dana Linsen, krytyczka
Online we
filmowa,
are
filozofka
also
i pisarka.
joined by Dana
Obecnie
Linsen,
kończy pracę w
film
inkubatorze
critic,
rozwoju talentów Film Forward w
philosopher. She
Holandii.
currently works at Film Forward
Dana jest
in
krytyczką
the
filmową
Netherlands. She is a film critic
z bogatym dorobkiem, o
with
którym szerzej opowie
a very
niedługo
rich
Staszek.
experience
Z
and
mojej
many
strony
achievements.
to chyba wszystko. Za chwilę
I think that is it from
usłyszą
me.
Państwo wiele ciekawych wykładów i
You are about to
dyskusji,
hear
a my się widzimy
some
później.
interesting lectures and discussions,
Przekazuję
and
głos
I will see you
Staszkowi albo Arielowi Staszkowi,
later.
tak.
I give the floor to Staszek.
Thanks a lot, Anna, for this great introduction. Czy mógłbym prosić o prezentację na moment? Jak tutaj już się przełączam.
Could I have the presentation?
Komputer. Yeah, Anna was just saying how even the program of this conference is hard to navigate because there is so many things happening simultaneously all at once. And I think our world is getting increasingly complicated as well. And this is something that Felix Stadler was addressing yesterday in his talk about immersion in the world. And I think we want to talk about similar things, but our mode of engagement with this increasingly complex reality is video essay and different essayistic modes of production. Without further ado, before I elaborate on that theme a little bit more, I would like to show a little video essay made by Arlia Visar, our guest, within the Essay Film Studio, within the working group of the Essay Film Studio that Arya was a member of, which I think addresses that theme beautifully and also adheres to Ariel's research, which he will elaborate on in a second. So let's watch the little clip. Can we kill the lights?
say a few words about this. So this was a little fragment, one of a few little fragments that we produced as part of the SA Film Studio meetings. My project, the one that I've been developing in parts, is based on my master's thesis project, which was almost a decade ago now. It deals with post 9/11 catastrophic series in American television series. You might have recognized a couple of them. And it started with the image of the conspiracy board, which is a very familiar trope in American film and television. And I was looking at these series, these sort of investigative narratives. It's always against some sort of existential threat, some sort of a terrorist attack or alien invasion or some other sort of a global catastrophe, which, as I saw it, is only emblematic of broader existential threats in the network society, in contemporary postmodern society that's very complex and rhizomatic and networked and elusive. So it's mostly an epistemological challenge, some sort of attempt to connect the dots, which is the title of the project, some sort of attempt to make chaos into something that's a little more coherent, at least visually. So this specific exercise, following a session with Catherine Grant, is based on what is called the epigraphic mode, where you choose a quote from a theoretical text and try to incorporate it in some sort of dynamic way with audiovisual elements. So that's what's behind this little fragment.
I guess I just wanted, before I hand over the microphone again to Ariel, and he'll tell us a little bit about the field and how video essays are being made at the moment. I just wanted to cast some light on the SA Film Studio itself. Me and Kuba, we've been both working with this idea of the essayistic for over a decade right now, and I think we've seen this spark of interest in the last couple of years, and there's a huge emergence of different media practices that pertain to this notion of the essayistic, and they are mainly realized in a couple of different fields. So it's in the context of academia, in the context of film criticism, on YouTube, but also in art and in cinema. So we were really curious to see why there's this very particular historical moment right now that we observe this growth of interest, and also how we can encapsulate all those practices in what way, because essay is this heterogeneous term by itself. It's very hard to pinpoint what an essay could be. So we had to delineate somehow certain objectives for ourselves when we were going into this task of setting up the studio here as a part of the vnLab. And I think going into that task, we made a couple of assumptions. First of all, we assumed that we're going back to the etymological roots of the word essay, so we treat it as an attempt. We forget that it has a history in film. The essay film has its own history and its own acknowledged forms and formats. You know, we all know Chris Marker, Agnes Varda, like all these established filmmakers. But we try to look at it as a mode of practice-based research. So how can we use the medium, audiovisual medium, as Felix was actually calling for yesterday? How can we develop this new aesthetic of engagement with media reality that surrounds us, that is actually inherently rooted in the medium itself, in audiovisual mode of practice? So we didn't treat it as a genre, but as a method. And then we felt, okay.
And also as a sort of attitude.
Yeah.
Something larger than just film production, but a basic attitude of dealing with the world, right? So it's even on this existential level or cognitive level.
Yeah, thank you for operating. No, it was very necessary. But going back to Ariel's video as well, we've seen this associative mode of thinking. So those people try to escape the impossibility of talking about the complex issues that they're facing by using a different media strategy for making sense out of it. And instead, they're using this associative mode of thinking, of arranging things on the blackboard. So then we felt, if it's an attempt, if it's all about the process of discovery, if it is about research indeed, then what conditions do we need to create for the makers to be able to actually engage in this kind of practices? And if we speak about the practice that we've been engaged in the studio as a practice-based research, then of course our research was about facilitation. So about creating a space and asking ourselves a question, how to create a space which enables essayistic practices to happen. And this is what we wrote in our manifesto and this kind of opening statement, that such objectives require specific means and conditions of production that provide makers with the most precious of resources, the time and space to make the attempts. So this is why I wanted to dedicate this panel today to the conversation with people who also in their own right make different spaces for video essays to flourish and for essayistic works to flourish. And I'm very happy that you're all here. Dana, thank you for joining us. And I wanted to address also another issue, which is the gender disparity of this panel. We are very sorry for that. This was not an intention. There was also supposed to be Sana Yehu with us, but unfortunately some things didn't click. And she wasn't able to come. So we are very sorry for that. These were the assumptions that we've made going into this, this journey. And I just wanted to very briefly summarize what the Essay Film Studio consisted of. We started before the pandemic, and the first initial idea for the studio was a little bit different. We were supposed to be meeting here in Łódź, having seminars in person, you know, like trying to engage in these practices of co-creation, inviting makers to come here, make essayistic forms here in Łódź. And to a degree, it did happen twice. So we were able to host Henri R, and then afterwards Mika Bal, a fantastic narratologist and scholar, who's made her essay here in Łódź as well. But then the pandemic hit, and on one hand, it was a problem. On the other hand, it presented us with a great opportunity, because as we just said, we felt that there is this urgency and there is a momentum where, you know, you could see the growth of essays all around the world in all these different disciplines and fields. So we issued an international call, and the response was overwhelming. We had really a great interest in those seminars and in the activities of the studio.
And like 300 people from all over the world.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. So it was you could see
no one from Australia, though.
Yeah, no one from Australia, but we had people from Africa, from Latin America, from Hong Kong, pretty much, you know, you name it, they've been there. So it confirmed our suspicion that there is a momentum and there is a need. I'm going to ask Ariel in a second if it worked out, but there is a need for spaces like this. So for spaces that actually provide you with those conditions of co-creation, feedback, community, time, space, and the expertise of everyone that we've invited to help us on this journey. Because we felt, okay, if it's an attempt, if it's an experimental practice, then we want to learn more. We want to sit down together. We actually want to discuss. We want to engage in a conversation with makers that have been producing forms like this before, are producing them currently, and producing them in all those different areas and circumstances. So art, film, and online video essay practices. So here, what you see on screen is actually people that have been running our seminars throughout the last 2 years. And for the seminars, we created a working group that Ariel was a part of, which was 12 selected makers who've been actually doing this kind of attempts and essays and different experiments, filmmaking experiments, as you could have seen in the beginning from Ariel. And I'm just going to very briefly say who that was and what we were looking at, because that's related to the publication that is going to be coming up, hopefully in October. So we have Eyal Sivan, Israeli documentary filmmaker, whose focus was mostly on subjectivity and situatedness of knowledge. So this is something that Felix was also talking about. So we were trying to look at the essay as this kind of subjective, radically subjective form of enunciation, but also the one that tries to situate the knowledge and really reflect on the positions from which the makers are speaking. Then we had Katrin Grant, who spoke about the essay as this tool of defamiliarization, so how we can put the medium between ourselves and the world to look at the world differently, to suddenly perceive the objects that we just assume we know what they are, and actually deconstruct them and analyze them. Then we had Johan Grimond-Press, with whom we were talking about the political engagement of such work and political ramifications of this kind of media interventions.
And subtext, right?
And the subtext.
How you can actually disclose something that was hidden in your basic material by way of editing or of sort of putting side by side with a different kind of material.
Yeah, and Johan is known to the Polish public as well. He's a fantastic found footage compilation filmmaker. Then James and Kenneth Wilkins, whose work you could have seen also in yesterday's set of the essays that we selected for you, who's working in more of a gallery circumstances, but also screening his works in film festivals. And with him, we were looking at this kind of media archaeology perspective. What can we learn through the essayistic practices about the medium itself and its material ramifications? Then, of course, Laura Mulvey. And with Laura, we spoke about several things, but actually I think the most important one was also the historical context of media practices at the time and how they give rise, basically, to those new formats of essayistic, which Laura herself, she actually denounces the term film essayist when it comes to her, because she says it was a very different time, and with her practices, with 16mm tapes, she was responding to a very different modes of filmmaking. And what she recognizes right now as certain continuity of those critical practices, but she says because of the media circumstances, it's a very different practice. Then Kevin B. Lee, a very well-known video essayist with whom we were talking about desktop documentaries, so how to look at your own desktop as an actual mode of production through which we actually conduct research on an everyday basis, and how we can replicate that in the essayistic. Then Charlie Shackleton, who's this multi-model essayist. You've seen his essay on TikTok yesterday in the program as well. He's using mobile phones, he's using VR, and he's using all these multi-model practices to engage with the essayistic. And the last seminar of this season was with Asaf Gruber, and we were looking at the institutional ramifications of what it means to produce within a certain institution. And this is going to be somehow, I hope, continued today, that form of discussion. And still in September, we hope to host Chloe Garliber-Lenné, whose other film, Forensicness, we could have seen yesterday. So besides the working group and all the seminars that we've had with those people trying to put finger on what the essayistic is right now, what kind of gestures, what kind of filmmaking gestures are constituting that field of the essay currently, we also launched a grant, and for that we issued an open call. We also received a lot of applications, out of which we chose 5 projects that were financed by the studio, and then they are currently being realized. One of them has been finished. It is a movie called Subtotals by Mohammad Reza Farzad. We actually have a producer of the film, Afsun, here in the audience today. And it premiered at Berlinale Forum Expanded, and it's currently touring the festival, and we are waiting for the 4 more projects that hopefully will be coming at the end of October, so please stay tuned. And on top of that, we felt that one of the most interesting applications of the essayistic lately is to re-archive the archives. So how can we actually animate the archives that we have, that we're sitting on, through those essayistic practices and make them relevant again? So we launched an archival group of the studio, which is working with the archive of the Educational Film Archive WFO, Wytwórnia Filmów Oświatowych in Łódź. And it's an international group of makers as well who's diving into this repository and making essayistic works out of those collections. So it's enough about the studio. It was a lengthy intro anyway. So I would like to hand over the microphone to Ariel Avisar, because beside everything that was mentioned, Ariel is also compiling every year a list of co-editing, the list of best video essays for Sight and Sound magazine. And he's been doing it since 2019, if I'm correct. So there is already a kind of a plethora of data that he's gathered, and I would like to ask him to summarize a little bit how the field looks like from the perspective of the editor of that annual poll.
Thank you. We'll get back to discussing the studio sessions later, but for now, just a very brief overview of the video essay world as it currently is developing. Show of hands, I'm guessing, how many people here watch video essays regularly? Not a lot, huh? Or maybe you're not sure what I'm referring to when I say video essay. It's a very problematic term. It means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. There are a lot of video essays that are not essayistic. There are some video essays that aren't even videos. But if I had to draw like a very generalizing picture, video essays can be found operating in three distinct, though interrelated spheres. There's some overlap, but if I had to describe them in very broad terms, it would be the popular sphere, the academic sphere, and the art film or avant-garde or experimental or essay film sphere. What is the difference between a video essay and an essay film? That's a good question with many different answers. Again, these are very fluid categories. But the popular online field is where you find, and this is what most people think of when they think of video essays, YouTube video essays. Popular, sometimes you have very successful YouTubers with tens of millions of followers who regularly produce video essays or audio-visual essays. Various topics, and they operate primarily in YouTube and other social media platforms. They have there's Nebula, which is a streaming service that a few YouTubers and video essays have gathered together to get subscribers to as a more feasible financial mode of operation. And it's very recently also is starting to make its way into more mainstream platforms. Netflix had a series produced by David Fincher, which is called Voir, if you've heard of it. If you haven't heard of it, you're not missing much. It was a series of, they defined them as visual essays about cinema, but it's very clearly a response to the popularity of YouTube video essays that Netflix is trying to piggyback on. Piggyback, that's a very recent Netflix reference, if anyone's seen Stranger Things, never mind. Then there's the academic scholarly field, and this operates primarily on Vimeo and not YouTube. There are several reasons for this, but we won't go into that right now. And the name adopted by the academic community is videographic media studies, or videographic criticism. Academic video essays are circulated in peer-reviewed journals such as In Transition and TechMarine and others. There are more and more academic journals that either incorporate video essays or are dedicated solely to video essays. And they're also presented as part of academic conferences and syllabuses. And this is obviously a much smaller sphere when compared to the immense YouTube community. And over here, the basic idea of videographic practices is to use video editing not just as a way to express your ideas and arguments, but primarily as a way to explore the materials you're working with. Another way to engage with audiovisual media in order to reflect on it in ways that perhaps traditional thinking and scholarly writing isn't capable of. So just as a very specific example, if my Connecting the Dots project deals with chaos and fragmentation and the attempt to bind together disparate elements into a coherent whole, I could write about it, as I did in my master's dissertation, but that explanation is very linear and plain and simple. Yeah, you can follow the argument as you're supposed to in a scholarly paper in a very, very easy way, simple way to follow. And the video attempts to replicate that sense of attempting to make sense out of chaos into the viewing experience of the video itself. So the argument itself is presented in a more fragmented sort of way. So that's just a very little example. And then you have the third sphere, where you have video essays or essay films or whatever you want to call it in festivals all around the world. More and more festivals incorporate video essay sections and programs and awards into their programs. And you can also find some video essay work displayed as museum installations. Yeah, so again, very broadly speaking, these are the three spheres in which video essays are produced and circulated. And there are, again, there is some overlap, and there's also a lot of differentiation. I think most people in the world and most YouTube-based video essays would not call most of what the academic world produces video essays. And conversely, a lot of the academics would consider a lot of what is labeled as a video essay on YouTube and say that that's not a video essay. So again, this is a very contested term, which is fine. But it just speaks to the kind of diversity of operation. I'll say a bit more about these spheres later, but as Stan mentioned, I've been co-editing the Sight and Sound Best Video Essays poll for the past 3 years. Show of hands, how many people check out this poll? A couple, good, all right. It's not, Sight and Sound does a lot of end-of-year polls, the best films of the year, the best TV series of the year. But this poll is a lot less perhaps useful than those other polls, because it doesn't give you a list of like, these are the 20 best or even the 100 best. It's just a gigantic list of video essays, again, whatever that means, that our contributors have decided to spotlight. We don't have like a hierarchical list or anything. So it's usually between 150 to sometimes almost 200 video essays produced that year that are worthy of note. We're not trying to give out awards for the best one, that's just the name of the poll. But it's a great platform to get to know a lot of work. And just to give you an idea of how fluid the definition video essay really is, just in the past 3 years when I've been editing it, we've been getting obviously a lot of online video essays, but also short form and feature length documentary films and essay films, some television series, some museum installations, a live performance, a Kanye West music video, a Twitter thread, and these were all proposed as some of the best video essays produced in the last few years. So again, the term means a lot of different things. And since I'm a kind of a statistics lover, I'm always compiling numbers and seeing what kind of trends we can see. As much as you can point out any trends from just 3 years, but I'll just briefly present some pie charts. I think I haven't made pie charts since high school probably, so this was fun. Let's start with the contributors of the last 3 years. And as you can see, the academic world is overrepresented in the contributors as opposed to its size in the real world, while the popular YouTube sphere is criminally underrepresented. We've been actively trying to do something about that. It doesn't always work. We've had some years fared better and some years more than others. So this is one thing to say about the contributors. They are mostly American or European, which is something else to try to work on. And this is not great, but still better than this panel somehow. Again, this is something we're actively trying to work towards. For example, inviting more female contributors than male contributors, and still we get response more from male contributors. Perhaps men feel more attracted to rating and polling. I don't know. We're, again, working on this. Anyway, so if I look at the results of the last 3 years and the contributors, the previous 3 charts explain a lot of the results that you can see here. So we have a lot of work from the US and the UK, and then the rest of Europe, and then the rest of the world. And there are obviously a lot more video essays on YouTube than Vimeo, and they get a lot more exposure and views than the Vimeo works. But again, since the academic world is highly overrepresented in the contributor list, these are the results. And we saw a direct correlation in a specific year where we had a lot more YouTube video essays contributing to the poll. There were a lot more YouTube video essays selected for the poll. So it's almost like these two different arenas that are not detached from one another, but it does speak to some sort of myopia, I guess, in each field. And again, since it's mostly academics, film as an objective study is by far the most prevalent. In YouTube video essays, you can find anything from philosophy to politics to gender relations to anything else. It doesn't have to be about film or television, but videographic criticism obviously is more focused on film above anything else. We did see perhaps, for example, in the 2020 poll and the year of the pandemic, there were a lot of video essays related to the pandemic and to lockdown life and also to the Black Lives Matter movement. So you can see these trends in specific years about topics that seem to be, to attract more engagement. This is another thing to work on that is not great. One positive sort of trend, if you look at the gender relations year by year, so this was the 2019 poll, and the 2020 poll, and the 2021 poll. So at least in this regard, we're on the right track, even though in terms of the contributors' gender, we could be doing a better job. Right, that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Ariel. You created a beautiful leeway, I think, for me to hand over the microphone to Dana, like metaphorically speaking, the microphone. Because there's been, I think, Dana is really among the early adapters and one of the first people who actually actively started creating spaces for this this kind of filmmaking format to flourish. And first, as an maybe I'm getting the chronology wrong, but first as an editor-in-chief still of Film Grant, you actually commissioned Adrian Martin and Cristina Alvarez-Ropes to actually contribute in an audiovisual form to a film critical magazine that you were running. But then, of course, as a head, co-creating with Jan-Peter Ecker at the Critics' Choice of IFFR. And what Ariel was mentioning in terms of diversity of those formats, he was mentioning installations, he was mentioning straightforward videos. This is something I think that Critics' Choice was also excelling at in terms of the how imaginative you were in that approach, but also how actively I think Critics' Choice program was initiating those works. So like some of them were actually projects that maybe were adapted towards Critics' Choice, but many of them were actually inspired by your direct commission. So if you could, Dana, tell us a little bit, coming from film criticism, also being now a maker of video essays, but initially, let's say, a commissioner or a curator, what sparked your interest, and yeah, what was the whole idea behind Critics' Choice?
Wow, many questions. First of all, thank you for having me as a speaker or part of this panel. I'm really honored. It's nice to see you all.
I'm sorry, we have a bit of a reverb. Just a second, Dana. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Because when you speak, there's an echo, so we just need to figure out. Maybe we should just turn off the microphone. This one. Can you say something again, Dana? Sorry.
Yes, I hope now it's better. Not really.
Czyje słuchawki? Oh, is there any way you could use headphones?
I'm having
you're having headphones. So that's not the case then.
And
no. I mean, Dada, do you also have your speakers on or not? Just the headphones. Okay. And can we try muting our microphones then?
Te mikrofonów.
Is this better now? The other option is that you turn off the sound of the computer, because maybe the computer is also on the Zoom.
Could you please try that?
I have it on. I mean, I'm just on the headphones with the computer in your room.
Okay. Yes, let me. And now?
Another try. Is this better now? No.
And if you switch to inbuilt microphone of the computer instead?
Okay. So, is this better now for you? Something is picking up a sound in your space, and it's creating a loop.
This technical hiccup. We're talking about new media and new modes of engagement with media, and of course, something has to go wrong. Ten jest wyciszony? Okay. And if you switched from the headphones to the computer entirely, is that?
I did that.
Okay.
Is there a computer in the back of the room that's also connected to the Zoom? That
There is a computer, but it's not connected to the Zoom, right? Is anyone in this? Ania, czy ktoś w sali jest też podłączony do Zooma może? Że to jakby... A tam macie wyciszony mikrofon w tym komputerze, który jest podłączony do Zooma? Okay, so let's try to. Could we ask you? Yeah. So I guess before Dana comes back, then maybe I could ask Kuba, because what Ariel was mentioning, he was mostly mentioning those fields of academia, of YouTube. But there is, of course, also kind of like the surge of video essay, or not the video essay, but essayistic practices also in filmmaking, I would say. And I think you're one of the really good examples of this. But when I speak about certain conditions that need to be provided in order to engage with the material in the essayistic manner, I'm wondering, like, how far does a regular production cycle of a movie allows for this kind of practices? And also now you also have, because you are also now engaged in actually making an essay work within the studio that is based on Solaris, then how would you compare those two different modes of production? Like, first of all, working on your film, Escape from the Silver Globe, and now the works on Solaris Mon Amour.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We do hear you, but it's still there's still an echo.
I don't know. I would be glad to answer. Let's just sort things out with Dana. Shall we wait, or shall we?
Dana, I'm just gonna we're gonna keep. Oh.
Please proceed without me. I'm just listening. I mean, and if we fix it, and otherwise, I'm just a silent presence.
No, we can't allow for that to happen. But yeah, we're gonna keep looking for a solution. And I just asked Kuba a question, so I'm gonna let him answer. And in the meantime, I'm gonna try to do everything in my power to make it work. Kuba, can you?
Yeah, I mean,
respond?
It's a very important question. The question about the conditions of possibility of such practices, because basically, as you mentioned, I mean, it's almost impossible in this sort of professional kind of mode. I mean, because of, for one reason, it's because if you apply for money for your project, you need to provide a script, and it needs to be quite often quite a long script, even when it comes to experimental documentaries. And basically, it's like an oxymoron, like a paradox. Like you want to make an experiment, and you need to actually provide a script in advance. So basically, obviously, there is a possibility of going around it by simulating what you expect to achieve, right, and to write it down on paper. And obviously, if you can treat it as a simulation, but at the same time, this whole process is such a strong kind of dispositive, or whatever you want to call it, that actually once you have it on paper, everyone, even if you say, even if you are very clear that it's just an attempt, it's just a simulation, everybody in the process gets sort of attached to this paperwork, and then start to refer your experiment to what was on paper, which basically, even you yourself, you know, sometimes feel like you're obliged to follow what you wrote on paper at this very early stage. So basically, this kind of essayistic approach of this kind of situation when you come to some kind of fund giver or fund, like film fund, and you say, I don't really know what I want to do. I have some ideas. I don't know what the format will be. I don't know what it will be about. Just give me the money and let me work, right? I mean, it doesn't happen that often, because in this very situation, in this very context, I had an opportunity to actually work like this in the framework of our grant, and to sort of navigate through an archive without a clear goal at the very beginning. And now it's sort of getting together. Although us, even today, Michał actually asked me, so what is the format actually? How long should it be, you know? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, we will see. We will see when it comes. It will be as long as it has to be. But I mean, it's a great comfort to have this possibility to think about it like this. So yes, and I think we need to sort of rethink the frameworks of financing this kind of documentaries, right? Because it needs a major kind of shift if you want to provide these conditions of possibility. The other thing is, and I wanted to say it, I wanted to address it here, because we're at the film school, and actually Polish Film School in Łódź is the very first art school in Poland, and I don't know, maybe even in Eastern Europe, that allows for video essays to be produced as your master's thesis. And now I sort of boast, but it was my idea, and I put a lot of effort to make it happen. And we had a number of legal consultations if it's actually possible, but it is possible. And the first master's video essay was successfully defended a month ago, which is great, and there are already 2 or 3 on the way. So I think the next step that we need to do is to provide our students with a sort of curriculum or way of teaching how to produce this kind of academic video essays in the context of this very school. But I'm really happy that it was the place, and that actually the heads of departments were very much supportive in this respect. So hopefully every year we'll have 2 or 3 or 5 great video essays produced here, and it will open some kind of new video essayistic wave in Poland. So yes, I mean, I'm comparing this to projects, just to summarize it very quickly. I mean, yeah, I mean, Żuławski was a much more traditional documentary, and we applied for money from all those typical kind of funds. But yeah, it was like I had to follow some kind of pre-written ideas. And here, I mean, it's the most exciting process I've ever sort of experienced, because we're really going after the material, and we're discovering and we're reshaping and we're reframing the film all the time, which is, I guess, what the essay is all about.
And where do you think that difference comes from? Like, what modes of inquiry does it enable that wouldn't be accessible otherwise?
I think it's this kind of hand-on approach that you actually have think with the material itself. Because if you need to write something on paper, it's usually before you start some kind of in-depth research, definitely before you start editing, right? So now we have a reverb here. That wasn't the solution stuff. Yeah, I mean, so basically, you need to create your film with just ideas, not the materials itself. Obviously, you have some materials at the very beginning that you can embed in the script. But here, I mean, the very difference comes from the fact that we have a basic framework of where we want to get, but at the same time, we're trying to listen and look very closely to the materials itself and let them reshape our conditions. Even like to a great length, actually, sometimes the structure of the film, because we found something that actually will work on screen much better than whatever we could imagine before. So yeah, I mean, there is a difference. You could say that you often use the word tactile and this kind of tactile engagement with the material. Definitely this kind of engagement is much more tactile because it allows you to be very close to the material, but at the same time, tactile means that you don't have like overall perspective. You sort of touch things and you go with them, you explore them. Sometimes you will burn, sometimes you will find something interesting, right? But at the same time, yeah, on the other hand, I would say that this kind of work is much more physical for me than beforehand. I mean, the work on Żuławski was much more intellectual, and here there's something very clearly physical about the process. I don't know how to call it, but maybe I will write about it sometime in the future. Yeah.
And you mentioned as well that Łódź Film School students are now allowed to submit their thesis in the video essay form. There hasn't been so many so far.
Yeah.
But Ariel is someone who's actually been using a video essay also in education quite extensively in your courses. So if you could maybe share a little bit your experiences with that with us, like how do your students respond to that? And is it only what Charlie Shackleton recognized in the TikTok video that we've seen yesterday, that there is different media interfaces that they are used to be working with, so it comes more naturally maybe to them to use some of those tools as the mode of expression? But does it go beyond that as well? Is there something that you think it enables them to do in terms of their engagement with media material that, let's say, the classical, conceptual, written approach wouldn't enable?
Yeah, I actually got started with video essays. As a teacher, I would use them in class all the time because they're a very useful way to get your ideas across. Like if you're teaching film aesthetics, you can very easily show a 3-minute video essay that kind of showcases like 30 different examples of a particular use of camera or color or something like that. So that was the first thing, as a teaching aid before I ever started making them. But then when I got into videographic practices, I started a course. I have a videographic criticism course that's purely videographic. And I have to say that it's been one of the most rewarding teaching experiences I've ever had. Students really respond to it, and it doesn't matter whether it's students who know how to edit or even, almost every year I get at least a couple of students who've never touched an editing software in their life, and they just catch right on and produce excellent work. And it's the course that I've seen students engage with in the most enthusiastic way possible. There's something very intimate about this mode of engagement with materials, as opposed to just watching a film and then thinking about it and maybe reading some papers. And to actually play around with it in the editing software, it opens up an entire new world and a way of effectively engaging with the material. that's just, and they produce, it's one of the most demanding courses, perhaps the most demanding course that we have at my department, because they have to make, they have to submit editing exercises every single week, and other smaller exercises besides those. And they just do everything and more than they need to. They really spend a lot of time on this course. And a lot of them have also carried these ideas into other courses and attempt, whenever teachers allow it, to incorporate videographic courses and practices in non-videographic and traditional courses. We unfortunately don't have the option to do a videographic master's. I'm a PhD student right now. I would have loved to have used videographic practice in that, but it's a new field. I mean, in Israel, it's a very new field. I'm basically building it from the ground up in the recent years. But I really can't recommend it enough for teachers and students. It's, and it's also the sort of thing that you can't really understand the appeal until you actually try it. I mean, if I just tell you about it and how great it is, maybe it sounds good, but until you sit down and just edit something, it's hard to understand this this new mode of thinking.
Yes, can you hear
I'm
me
interested
now?
going back to, let's say, our main topic of the conversation here, because we see this disparity. On one hand, there is, let's say, a professional mode of production, which comes with its own requirements, which is quite limited in certain ways with relation to works that are more experimental, more practice-driven. And on the other hand, there is this flourishing practice, but it is a practice that does not have necessarily like a lot of resources attached. So there is certain limits to the professionalization of it, because as we also saw from your pie charts, a lot of practitioners are academics, because I think their appointment with university allows them in a certain way to engage with this kind of practices. On the other hand, there are YouTubers who have their kind of own mode of monetization. But there seems to be a lack of like a middle ground or a bridge if you want to build up your practice towards something that is a bit more professional, or something that is going to make rounds in the festivals, but at the same time you don't want to adhere to those production requirements that come with professional film production, which is also guarded by the way who can apply. With Polish Film Institute, for example, you have to be a certified director in order to apply for funds like this.
Or at least pretend you are.
Yeah.
That's my case.
So from your perspective, Ariel, as well, I think I want to kind of do a detour as well to a question: what was in it for you when you applied to the essay film studio, and why you were interested? But also, like, do you see any bridges, or like, you know, like those middle spaces that allow for bigger projects and for a certain professionalization of the production?
No, yeah, maybe we could.
Oh yeah, I think Dana might be back. How is it?
Oh, no. I mean, does it sound okay now?
Yes.
Perfect. Yes, you're back with us. Yeah, that's great. We have applause now coming from the room. So maybe before we go to this, maybe we can revert back to the question that I asked Dana, so we can kind of come back to the beginning. I don't know if you still remember Dana, but I was basically yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, first of all, thank you for having me, and I'm really glad that you managed to solve the sound. So my initial interest in video essays actually came from my practice as a critic and an editor-in-chief of Dutch film magazine Filmkrant, where I was always looking for new modes of expression, new formats, and ways to reinvent criticism. So when the video essay kind of became a little bit more of a common practice, maybe already 15 years ago, I was trying to look for ways to incorporate it in our editorial practices. The biggest problem at that time for us was that we were dealing with new films, so how to get access to new films instead of a research practice on films that were already available some form or in some digital format. So that kind of became a dead-end street, and then we did some little experiments. Joost Broere of the current FilmCon team was one of the people that started to make video essays, and then we asked Adrian, who we've known from certain projects that we did before, also that had to do with new forms of criticism, and then actually we spoke with the Rotterdam Film Festival, and they asked Jan-Pieter and myself to bring the Critics' Choice back, and then we said, okay, but that would be the perfect opportunity to work with new films, and asked the directors to make their films available for this form of criticism. And since there was no real, how to say it, practice or corpus or tradition in having video essays or audiovisual criticism about new films, we immediately thought that it would be wise to experiment and not only think about the, say, linear filmic format, but also how that could work as an experience in a room, as a shared experience with the film audience, but also with the filmmakers. And from there on, we started to experiment actually with non-videographic forms like performances, and I think the knitting experiment of Joanna Pavlova, who knitted a scarf as a form of analog data visualization for the film Make Me Up, is kind of famous because that left an artifact, but not a video essay, to the world. And from there on, we were invited to make video essays for the Vivre Cinema exhibition last year, when Rotterdam celebrated its 50th anniversary and collaborated with the Eye Film Museum. So for the first time, we had video essays, actually that were made about works that were in the process of being made at the same time. So we had to work with all kinds of different materials. So we're constantly kind of navigating this field, how to deal with new works and contribute to the critical discourse that is happening, and not so much maybe to the academic discourse. Luckily, we have some funding for this through both the Rotterdam Film Festival and the Dutch Film Fund, and we do some sponsoring and fundraising ourselves, so we're able to pay the people we commission video essays. I think that for the last 10 years, Jan-Pieter and I commissioned around 50 video essays, and we made about 4 or 5 ourselves. I wish I had time to do more and actually put into practice what I'm observing or what I'm giving other people the opportunity to do, but I think it's really important that we created this ongoing space.
Yeah, and I really want to thank you for it. I'm gonna go back in a second to the selection of the makers, and maybe we can also try to narrow down the definition of the essayistic that you applied to Critics' Choice. But before that happens, because you mentioned that you commissioned some of those works and there was a little bit of budget behind it, and I wanted to revert back to the question I was asking to Ariel about the professionalization of the practice before, because obviously certain resources can allow you to become a bit more professional. But I don't think that this is such a frequent situation where you can actually find places that offer funding for this kind of works. Like, how does it look from your perspective? And if we could go back to the question that I asked before.
Yeah, no funding. We don't have funding for anything like that. And in general, I think that the academics who work in this field do it for free, do it because they like doing it, because they feel that it has a great contribution to what they're exploring, and they're not getting any certainly not in Israel, any sort of financial. I mean, again, professional YouTubers have Patreons, they have subscriptions. It doesn't work that way, mostly in the academic circle. And as for the gap in professionalism, this is actually something that's closing. It's a gap that's closing very quickly. I think if you go back 10 years ago to when this started to develop as an academic field, you could really feel the difference between a video essay edited by a professional editor and an academic video essay, which maybe was interesting in theoretical arguments, but was very roughly put together. You could really tell the difference, and I think that's not true as much today. Just a few years later, there are a lot of very professional feeling academic work. And while I mean it's easier when you're only editing professional materials and not, you know, it's not a production in most cases. There aren't a lot of video essays that film their own footage, unless it's the desktop documentary, which is a whole different type of field. And even the vlog format that's very popular in YouTube video essays isn't as popular in the academic world. So you're only working with materials that already look good, so you just need to try your best not to ruin them somehow. And even myself as an academic, I've had some of my work screened at festivals here and there, even though this was not like my intention in making them. But I think, again, it's a gap that's not disappearing, but it's not as substantial as it once was.
We've seen over the years like more and more essays being actually featured in the festivals. This is something we hoped we could talk with Sanne a little bit more about, but obviously forensicness, for example, that we've seen yesterday in the essay program that was screened at Fit Marseille and Ihlava. I think Kevin Billy paved the way with Transformers Pre-Make that also got selected to many, many festivals. But I think there is something interesting about the notion of professionalization. I teach essay in a film school, so I teach to film professionals, and that's interesting because their first response often to this idea of an attempt is actually withdrawal, because they are so obsessed with the notion of professional production that they are afraid to try and to come up with something that might not look perfect. And sometimes what I find so refreshing about those essays is that you see people who do not come from school, so they dare to try, and sometimes they come up with something really fantastically experimental and beautiful and really well produced, but something that goes, let's say, against the intuitions that you would have that are related to the professional production. And there is this process of de-learning, actually, and becoming the amateur again, where you have to allow yourself to, you know, to kind of go against the grain a little bit with the students that I observe from film school. I don't know if it's your experience as well, Kuba, here in Łódź Film School, or?
Well, I would say that I totally agree. I mean, that's also a question about the way students are taught film directing here at the film school. I don't know if it's the issue that we want to discuss, but basically, I mean, there is a difficulty in teaching experiment. I mean, there are a lot of elements that that sort of build up the context of students' films, and for some reason, I mean, it's very difficult for them to get out of the box, to get out of their comfort zone, and to make something that they could risk that would be a failure, right? But when it comes to video essays, I mean, it's just, you know, it's just very few examples, so it's not there yet. I cannot answer it. I feel that they feel much more comfortable while doing it, definitely, because I work mainly with film editors, and I can tell that quite often the idea of writing a thesis of 60 pages, not yet there, 60 pages, it's overwhelming for them. At the same time, when I encourage them to play with the materials, suddenly they deliver very quickly. So, but it's too early to tell. My intuition is that it really works like this, that it allows them to feel much more comfortable, although they are, you know, they're taking risks.
And I guess that's a question I would like to address also to everyone, like with Dana commissioning over 50 essays over the years, Ariel working with the students, Yukuba as well, and Michał, you also was working in the
We didn't
gallery.
ask Michał anything. I mean,
yeah, I will get there. It's right there, but I just wanted to address something that I think is very important in what you said. It's this notion of failure, and in the original manifesto that we wrote for the studio, we said like this should be a space that allows for failure, because in research, like, failure is also a source of knowledge. And would you actually say that you yourselves, you know, like often fail in your practice or like learn from the failures in this process? Or have you seen other works like by students or, you know, some people that were failures, but they were actually productive failures? Did it ever happen? Also, like maybe Dana with the essays that you ever commissioned?
You know, we work solely based on trust because there's so little time. So by the time in Rotterdam, the program is fixed, we're more or less in December, and then mid-January, the video essays have to be delivered. So we speak with people about the films and about the selection, and we make a mixture of people who have experience in making video essays, but also we really want to invite first-timers to experiment. And many times we even haven't seen the video essays before. Well, we've seen them maybe one day before they go on the big screen, say in the Pathé One in Rotterdam. So we present whatever we get. Sometimes people want to discuss, sometimes they want to have a bit more of editorial involvement, but it's really an open commission. So they can send in whatever they feel is right, and we present it, and then we invite the people to discuss it with us and with the audience, and most often also with the filmmaker. So in a sense, we turn the cinema room or the cinema space into a laboratory where we just create an option. So that can be a failure or a productive failure as well. But maybe that's also when you give people trust, there's always something interesting that comes out.
Ariel, do you have anything to add?
Well, the notion of failure is interesting. It depends how you define a failure. Like, one failure is that I tried to make a certain video essay and it didn't come to fruition somehow. And then perhaps the reasons why it doesn't work is illuminative of something that perhaps you thought one thing and you discovered that the reality is different, and that is productive in knowledge production. Another type of failure is I set out to make a video essay that does one thing and eventually it did something else. So my original intention failed, but I ended up with something that's perhaps better or perhaps more, again, true to the materials. I could even speak of my ongoing work as part of the essay film studios as a sort of failure, because my original intention was to take my master's dissertation exploring post 9/11 American television series and translate it into either a short film or a series of short, like a web series that's explanatory with a voiceover that's basically my argument from the thesis in audiovisual form. And then because of the fragmented nature of the studio sessions, a different guest each time, a different practice each time, a different exercise each time, I wound up with fragments that don't link up into a film or a series. And this is, again, a failure of my original intention, but I like this fragmented approach a lot better, and it's also suited to my interests. So this is definitely a productive failure in that sense. About my project specifically, you asked in the beginning whether these studio sessions as a whole have worked or not. I think for some of the participants, this fragmented approach was frustrating, and they ended up not getting what they wanted out of the sessions. For me personally, again, it was a productive failure, if you call it that. But that's kind of evading the question, because it's a success. It's not the success you thought you were aiming at.
I mean, I recognize it very well because I set off over a decade ago to do a PhD on the subject, and then I ended up doing a VR piece and like various video essays and a lot of different productions and workshops and stuff like that, but the PhD never happened.
And the clock is ticking.
Because it wasn't on the cards. No, but I think we always like to liken this practice, and we say it's a different type of epistemology to a certain degree. And there is this beautiful text by Willem Flusser, where he likens this to a gesture of making, and he says, think about it that normally, this is something that Felix was talking about as well, like our idea of perceiving reality is very much based on the sense of seeing, on the gaze. And he says, like, what if we thought about knowing the reality, but through the hand and not through the eye, or through the coordination of eye and hand? And he says, like, if we reach out to know the objects through touch, it responds. So basically, we actually have a direct feedback. We try to mold that object, and that object actually gives us something back. So it's a mode of research, which is, you have less command, less mastery of your object, but you also open yourself up for the object to inform what you're doing. So I remember the process also that you went through, and you wanted this coherent thing, and suddenly the work that was about this schizo-analysis and this kind of paranoid narratives did not want to be contained in like just one format. So it was kind of falling apart. So I think that this is a process that I very well recognize, and I think it's a huge added value of working in this essayistic manner, but it's also a danger. It's, I mean, something you need to allow yourselves to be informed and to stray off course, as we've been straying during this panel a lot today. But I wanted to actually now ask Michał, because we were talking about like all these different circumstances and modes of production, because like in a lot of contexts, like I think in the US, a lot of this essayistic practice came from fandoms. So really from the fans or from film critics that were actually addressing the media objects that they were working with. That's the same that Dana was just saying about, you know, appointing Adrian Martin. But in Poland, we are in a bit of a different situation, because if we look at this, let's say, modern tradition of the essayistic, which is about the media objects, in Poland it comes from actually media art, like video art scene. So that's something that you've been working with a lot. So if you kind of could sketch a little bit like that context.
Yeah. When I was looking at the chart with the circles and these fields, this is something which lacks there. I mean, the art world, and I've been thinking why we don't have like why you don't have like submissions like straight from the art world, and why you can't like name it that it's from the art world. And actually, like my thought is that if they're like already through film world, like these connections, like Rotterdam, for example, or like some film festivals which are trying to like consciously connect and build some bridges between the film world and art world. And this is basically something which I'm trying to do for a while, both as a curator of the cinema in the art institution, but I think that with most success, and this is interesting, as a programmer at the Short Film Festival with the Polish experimental film competition, and this is one of the tools of building these bridges, I guess, because most of the submissions we have are from the art world, art schools, art academies, or from the artists. So, like, I think that what we are discussing till now, this is like to get back to the like the definition of the essay. It's something like some practices, various of them, but with this notion and this like conscious notion of being essayistic somehow. Whereas like in the art world, like from decades, or like at least kind of like we have this like very similar practice without these conscious notions of being essayistic at all. Those are like video arts, like those gestures were there for a long time, but in a very different context. And I think that what we could discuss, and what is like very necessary to discuss, are those different types of like institutions with like their like habituses and the ways like, for example, how artists are being taught, and like how the art world works, and to think about those possible like bridges and connections that we could build. I mean, like the essay film studio is one of those tools, and for me, Polish experimental film competition is another tool to build this bridge. And for example, this year we had 2 films awarded, and both of them are video essays, but without this notion of being video essays, because they're like straight from the art world. One of them, which got a special mention, which is called "To My Friend's Room, Hotel Monterey." It's basically it's a film made by Jan Domic, a young artist interested in architecture. And he did a film about he connects architecture and film theory, and he built this on the found footage from Chantal Ackerman's Hotel Monterey. But his way of working was like very artistic. Like he did the piece for Warsaw Gallery Weekend, and first he filmed something, and then somebody showed him Chantal Ackerman film, and he was like, "Oh yeah, so she already did it, so actually I could use it." So like for me, with this like notion, like and being part of this, like consciously, this is pure video essay. But for him, it was like this one like some things that artists are doing. So this is a question of the language as well, of these traditions that we are dealing with, and the questions like whether do we even need to translate those or not, or maybe at some extent, and what tools are we need for, because like we could of course think about more tools, and this is the question of money.
So, because you mentioned that there is the institutional differences, and so what do you think is so different about the conditions in, let's say, art schools, art academies, and the art world that was so encouraging for this kind of practices, that was maybe different? Kuba already spoke a little bit about the pressures of the film production that are difficult to navigate. So you think it's just, I mean, I don't believe it's just a lack of money, but so what are these conditions you think?
Yeah, this is something that, I mean, like, I'm not an artist, like, so this is like something that I observe from some distance, but like consciously as a, I'm like my background is like I'm from the film world. I identify myself as a cinephile, and I wanted to be a film critic. And when I started to work at the art institution, I started to observe the art world and like how it reacts. And like so, I was like surprised many years ago, and I worked on that like for years. That artists, they don't have even notion of making films. I mean, like the way they are being taught at school is like, this is art, this is video art, this is like one of many, you know, means of expressions, and many tools. I could make a sculpture, I could make a video. This is like basically the same. And for me, it was like, oh, those are films. So yeah, let's screen it at the cinema and put it in the, I don't know, film festival or something like that. So I think that this kind of like freedom, which I used to think was kind of naive maybe, but I think that there is a like huge value in that way. Speaking of like professionality in the film school, which is like the opposite. So we need to like kind of like embrace this artistic approach, I guess, to that.
I think this was one of our goals when we set up the studio, to kind of break down these walls. And for the working group, we invited people coming from all these paradigms. Ariel comes from academia, but there's also Polish visual artist Jakub Wojnarowski who's in the group. There's also awarded documentary filmmakers like Mohammad Reza or Mila. So this was the attempt to kind of spark a conversation and see if we actually share common interests. Which is interesting because it seems that we do, but there is very strongly embedded sets of expectations as well towards the professionalization of it, formats. You know, like, do you agree for something to not adhere to the formats that you're looking for? And of course, like, then there is kind of discrepancy between what you make and what is then accepted in the regular distribution circuits, because I mean, we know that, for example, there is still a division between fiction and documentary. There is still a division between short film and full features, which suddenly creates this huge gap between movies that are over 30 minutes and below 1 hour, which a lot of those essays, even shown in the program yesterday, are. So I think it's a very interesting case. So I would like to again address Dana's practice in Critics' Choice. Like, when you were picking up people that you were appointing to make those video essays, you had a very broad selection of people. Like, you had filmmakers like Mark Cousins, you had established video essayists like Kevin Billy or Ariel was there as well. No, not yet. Catherine Grant, let's say, and others, and then newcomers, film critics like Hugo and others for whom it was really the first time. So what was for you the selection criteria through which you said, like, okay, those people are capable, or those people I'm interested in appointing as those video essayists? And there's also a very interesting example of Bianca Stichter, who's shown the work in progress of 3 minutes lengthening, I think 3 or 4 years ago already, and Polish audience could have seen it at Millennium Docs this year. So yeah, what was your criteria?
Yeah, it's a little bit like how you edit a magazine. So you try to connect the right writer to the right film, or it's like bringing a program, curating a program together where you feel like you need to have a variety of voices. And of course, we work with more established names because we also needed to establish the program in itself, so that would attract people. But it's also working with more established voices because we could learn from them and they could inspire us because they would also open up or unfold worlds. And yeah, Ariel, I think we should get in touch because you're definitely on our list, but we can only do so many per year, from 5 to 8. And for us, it's really important to look for this diversity and inclusion in voices. And yeah, Bianca is a beautiful example because I've known her for a long time as a colleague at NRC newspaper where I write for. And so we thought, okay, she could be an interesting person to ask to do a video essay. And she said, yeah, I'm not so sure if I want to do a video essay about an existing long film, but there's this short footage that I stumbled across because she's also a historian. So maybe I can make a longer video essay about a short footage. And they said, yeah, that's interesting, actually, to make something from 3 minutes of material, how can you make 10 minutes? And then when that was finished, and that is actually a very good example of something that at the moment when we presented it was not completely fully accomplished or achieved, but it had showed a lot of potential. So then I said, okay, Bianca, you should definitely make a longer film out of this. So I connected her to a producer who could work with her on that. And it has become one of the most successful Dutch found footage documentaries of the last year. I think by now it's screened at 50 festivals worldwide. So of course that's amazing when something like that happens. But as I said before, it's really about creating a mix, like where you have new voices and established voices, and also sometimes encourage more established voices to do something that they've never done before. I think Kevin, for instance, did some great experiments, a video on James Benning's reading, where he didn't have access to the footage, or Catherine made a video essay for Vox Lux, which is quite a commercial mainstream film, and usually in the end we get access to the footage, but in this case we didn't, so she decided to focus purely on sound. So imagine having like one of those big multiplex screening rooms in Rotterdam. I think it was really the Pathé One, and all of a sudden you start a video essay, but it's just a white screen and it's just sound. So it's also giving something to an audience, like something they're not really expecting to experience in front of a film. But for me, this is like my background as a chief. It's really about opportunity, inviting, challenging people, and at the same time create one work. So every edition of Critics' Choice is also like an experiment where together we figure out what we were doing that year, or what would be the theme or the overall structure of that.
I think there is this kind of pragmatic thing that shows up here, maybe to address. I was wondering, like, how do you think, like, how important it was that you were able to offer like a little fee as well, or that it was attached, because we were talking about this gap also between, let's say, film financing and then this completely unpaid labor, or the labor that is attached to your academic advancement that is there, and then there seems to be no or very little opportunities where you can get paid or like create this kind of work within its scope, within its modest, let's say, formats and scopes. But what do you think, Dana? Like, was that an important factor, or?
Yeah, but that also has to do with the fact I've been a freelancer for 25 years and I do a lot of stuff for free because I'm crazy. But when I ask other people to work for me, because it's work, I want to pay them. So from the beginning, when I was editor-in-chief at Filmkrant, we just made a point of it to pay people for their work. And so a lot of my work as an editor, but also as a curator over the last, 25 years, and also the work I do for Film Forward now, where I created this residency for people working in audiovisual media, they get a stipend. So if for me, it's just like, I don't ask other people to do something for me without paying them. And that means that a lot of my work deals with applying for funding or finding sponsors, and that can be micro payments and it can be micro sponsoring, but in the end I just want to offer people something, and then I can maybe do it for free and self-sponsor and be crazy. But I don't have, because I think maybe the situation in academia depends on your contract, but at least you have some form of a salary. But if you don't, and most people working as critics and filmmakers, they don't have a salary. So it's just a matter of decency for me to pay them for their work.
Yeah, it's been very interesting for me coming as an outsider also to film world, that if you compare it to, let's say, the media practices in writing, it's so different because there seems to be like kind of no intermediary solutions. So I had a student last year as well, who's a classically educated filmmaker. But what she said at some point, she said, you know, it's very weird because for me, filmmaking is like any other practice, it's like a muscle. So basically you get to practice it. But the problem is that you get to practice it every 2 or 3 years when you get funding to get on set and actually engage in working. And she says, and she came to the school and to this master program in Film Academy because she said, can I find a way for myself to be engaged in this practice and to train this muscle every single day? And of course, you can look at this kind of avant-garde practices like, you know, Jonas Mekas or something, you know, where you just make those journals all the time. But if we're thinking about the structural, in the structural sense about these practices, it's very interesting because we have this proliferation of screens right now. And it seems that if you're in one field, you just produce for one type of screen. So if you're a filmmaker, you just produce for a cinema screen. Either it's short film or it's a long film. But she was also asking, it's like, how is it that when you're a writer, you publish a book every 3 or 4 years, but then you write essays, write reviews, write articles, you know, like all kinds of media outputs, where you can train your craft, but also quickly respond to certain things that are going on around you, and not, you know, spend 4 years to make this a long response. So I think like that's something really to think about, and that was my main concerns when we started this whole journey. And moving forward, I really want to also try to think this kind of spaces and places, how we can create them. And I think I wanted to ask, going a little bit outside of the issue of money, but in terms of organizing and mobilizing the field, you've done 2 very interesting projects lately. One is Once Upon a Screen, which was co-edited with Evelyn Kreutzer, and the other is Steven Dictionary, which is your own project, let's say. And this was also a kind of an attempt, without building an actual place and space, but to create circumstances and conditions for the people to get together and engage in this kind of practices of maybe not co-working, but like a mutual response to a call or a subject. Can you elaborate a little bit on those 2 projects?
Yeah, sure. That's been some of the most rewarding experience of the past few years, is these collaborative projects. Once Upon a Screen is a collection of video essays that deal videographically with childhood cinematic traumas. So each person chose some film that scarred them as a child and made that into a video essay. The first volume was 9 video essays that was published in 2020 in the Cinephiles Journal. Some very interesting work there. And we are actually right now close to finishing the 2nd volume, which is expanded to 16 video essays, and you can expect that later this year, hopefully. So it's really a communal experience of working together with other people. In the 2nd volume specifically, we we made it so one person wrote a text about their own experience, and then someone else had to make a video based on that text. So it was collaborative in more ways than one. So I'm really proud of that project. And the TV dictionary, I started as a fun little summer exercise. It's the premise is make a short video that tries to capture the essence of a TV series using one word. You take the dictionary definition of that word, and you take clips from the series, and you just make that into a video. So I made a couple of examples, and then invited other people to join. And I think we're currently at 51 videos in the dictionary and counting. There's been a lot of, it was very warmly embraced by the videographic community at a time of lockdown where there was very little face-to-face contact. So these kind of collaborative experiments really foster a sense of community. It's a good way for people to hone their craft, as you said, but also for new people to kind of dip their toes in the, if they don't have experience, it's a good way to get started using the support of the community. So you can check out those projects and join in if you'd like.
If I'm not mistaken, the latest entries by Jason Mittel, who did, or by Johannes, who made a...
Jason Mittel, if you know him, is one of the key figures in the world of videographic criticism. We just presented this week, actually, at the Critical Studies Conference, Television Studies Conference, I'm sorry. We presented a few entries from the TV dictionary, and then Jason made an entry about the TV dictionary. Like, he took the TV dictionary as a series and made a video about that, so it's a kind of meta reflection on the project, which was fun.
We would like to open the floor for questions now, both to people who are watching online. Michał is tuned in to the chat, so like if you actually have any questions, please do ask. And to all the people in the room, obviously, so if you have any questions, please just raise your hands. Oh yeah, there's a question in the back.
Hello, Lauren Dubowski, and I have a question. I'm interested in this. It's kind of going back earlier in the discussion to, you know, what counts as a film essay. I'm new to the idea of myself, so thank you for the opportunity to learn about this whole world of creation and research also. But I'm curious, but I could feel myself during the discussion saying, okay, if this is a film essay and not, you know, a documentary, or, you know, showing the wide range of projects and the context in which they're created. But beyond this question of like categorization, I'm just curious to hear from everyone, or anyone who would like to speak to this, what is valuable about using this term film essay in this context, or what's meaningful, or like sort of what in practice, what does it do to use this term?
Well, I guess it's an umbrella term, right? It's an umbrella term for different attitudes and different approaches. And definitely we produced some more or less defined features of maybe what an essay film is not, right? And but at the same time, the essayistic approach as such has a long history in literature, right? And there were a number of attempts of defining what an essay, literary essay is. And for example, this element of heterogeneity and synchronicity and the only sort of space that allows for such different dialectically for different elements to be put together and to somehow work, right? And I guess maybe this question of an essay could be turned around, and I would say that it's a very similar question to why do you use the term collage, for example, right? Like, is it, and it's, you know, obviously we know what collage consists of, but at the same time, maybe we could get along without it. I think it's well, we need it to a certain extent. We need it to actually delineate a field, but at the same time, and to differentiate this field from more traditional fields of fiction filmmaking or documentary filmmaking. But at the same time, it's a term that needs to be constantly revised because an essay, and this is one of the features that we sort of agreed on, it often works with the context, and it often works, it often piggybacks as a result on something. So basically, so it basically it depends very much on the context of, for example, media distribution of certain historical moment, and for this reason it needs to be constantly redesigned and reinvented, right? Because this context changes, so your involvement with this context changes, and as such, I mean, it has to be sort of in constant motion. At the same time, I think I wouldn't drop it. I think this element, this etymological element of trial, of experience, because it's also somewhere there, right? Experiment, experience, trial, attempt. I mean, it's something. It's like a direction, maybe, right? It's not a definition, but it's like direction that we would like to take our projects to. I don't know, answer the question. I mean, it's a very difficult question, basically, and you tried to answer it for like 4 years now, and we still don't know the answer. But basically, we sort of managed to come up with some ideas.
Michał, did you want to?
Because I've been thinking about that also for years, and I have like the most recent ideas is that really the term is kind of problematic, as we really have as I said, in the art world I see like video essays, but they without like this conscious notion of being video essays. So I think that we likes to repeat that this is not a genre, but in the way, I mean, this is something like we talk here about this that films which are rooted in videographic film criticism, and for example, we haven't talked about like contemporary ethnographic film and this tradition. So for me, this is, but I still think that this is super useful tool, like to use this term, and like in the way we did it, and we are doing at the studio, like to spotlight these methods, and I think this is of course,
immediately problematize it, right?
Yeah. So we are like not naive about that, and of course we need to remember that almost every term in like film theory is problematic. And like to get back to John Grierson, like guy who invented the term documentary, he invented it like in the same sentence. He wrote, "This is a clumsy description, but let it stand." Like the moment like the term documentary was invented, it was already problematic. So I think it's like we need to remember that those terms are problematic. And we had like 2 weeks ago the same discussion about what is experimental film now, which is also kind of like umbrella term for almost everything. And I also think that it's super problematic, but and clumsy, but let it stand. And I mean, like we need to get use of this term in order to build those bridges and connections between those words. And so like essay film or film essay or video essay, or those are like we are aware that they're problematic, but we use it like consciously in order to achieve something. Like this is my approach to that. For example, like we spoke with Ariel 2 days ago about, because we both have been in the Bucharest at the conference, and Ariel was like, "Oh, there was like only 1 or 2 panels on video essay," and I was like, "Yeah, that's true. It's a pity." But then I was like, "Okay, the whole conference called Epistemic Media, and the whole conference was kind of about like this epistemic approach to media." 2 years ago, the same conference had Kuba Mikurda and Katrin Grant as keynote. So I mean, like this Mikabal. So this essayistic approach kind of lurked and like got into thinking about this, I don't know, epistemic turn. So our job is, I mean, it's working. I mean, we don't have to call it video essay. It's working. We could call it epistemic media, or like, yeah.
I mean, I have a definition for my own particular use, but I think what is interesting is that we all, I think we can all count ourselves in a way as early adapters of the format in education, in all kinds of array of practices, which is interesting because I was trained as an academic, Kuba was trained as an academic initially, Ariel was trained as an academic, and for me, to find myself in this liminal space to suddenly teach in a film school and work in this art context of making and practice, that was a that was emancipatory moment, because suddenly I was caught in this conundrum of all the time dealing with those categories, and I felt that the stake of my work was actually to clarify the category. And I was that was exhausting. I was just so fed up with this. And suddenly I got engaged with the practices, and I'm like, oh, this is so much more productive, because I don't have to go back and revert back to this notion of what the essay is. I'm just applying it as a method of engaging others with in a practice that is a practice of discovery and of investigation of the objects that we are really interested in through this kind of mediatized means of production. But I really like those two classic definitions. At some point, Michel de Montaigne, who's historically my French, I don't speak French, so like please pardon my French. But he said something like, "For the lack of my natural memory, I make one of paper." So basically, he indicated that there is a certain capacity to which he can think things just with his own brain. But then if he wants to think more complex thoughts, he needs to engage a medium. And then he takes a pen and paper, and in that process of writing thoughts, he helps himself unravel those thoughts. And of course, this kind of, for me, it coincides with this idea of human-machine interfaces and, like becoming a cyborg or something with Donna Haraway, where together with our tools, we become thinking devices.
It's never been more true than when it comes to editing, right? I mean, editing, like, machine is like human cyborg, right? And it allows you to think thoughts that you would have never been able to think without it.
Yeah, you said it was, for you, this was much more physical process. And I think everybody who's ever edited, like, you're in this kind of connection with, you have everything under your fingers, and then there is a rhythm, there's all kinds of things involved that you respond to, which I think is, for me, it's very interesting.
Almost sensual.
Yeah. But there is another definition by Georgi Lukács that I always like to quote, which he said that essay is thoughts occasioned by. And I like the simplicity of that definition because it captures a lot. So first of all, I mean, for me, there's always an object of interest of the essay. So you look at something, and for me, then the essay is that where you record the unraveling of the thought. So if I can say anything about the essayistic, of course, I like to avoid the generic definition, but that it basically follows the logic of unraveling of thought, of the process. And that is essay as a method, so like as a method of research. But for me, what happens when you actually make an essayistic work is that you try to translate this experience to the audience. So basically, you invite the spectators to follow the process of research or the process of unraveling of thought together with you, which is very interesting as an artistic question, because it doesn't translate one-to-one, something that you discovered having certain interfaces at hand and through the process of editing and kind of lengthy exposure to the material will not translate the same way if you just show it on screen. So you have to find ways to invite the audience to think with you. So I think some people like call it a third space or something. So let's finish that round. So Ariel, do you have your own operational definition?
I think most of it's been said. I'll just add a viewing recommendation, a video essay called What Isn't a Video Essay by Grace Lee. That's a terrific video from last year, and I'd recommend another perspective on the video essay landscape.
Dana, do you have any definition for yourself?
I think, yeah, most of it has been said already. For me, it's very much an exploration of a thought by all means possible. In the end, for me, when I curate a program, I think the program itself is the video essay, where actually the audience is an integral and essential part of this thinking along. So we need that as a discursive method as well.
I think this is very interesting. This is something we've been discussing with Kuba after we received the submission for the studio, that this term of essayistic can open up possibilities of thinking different practices differently. So we thought like, okay, there is now a friend of ours who is enrolled in this also group on the essay in like performance as an essay, Agnieszka Jakimiak. Like all kinds of people are discovering this term and applying it to their own practices because I think it just unlocks something, and you know this you know, the dare to experiment and really to acknowledge the medium in which you're working as an epistemological tool as well. So yeah, curatorial practices as essayistic practices, that's I think a very important and interesting subject as well. Do we have more questions? Please, yeah, there is a question in the back.
Trochę dorzucę historii.
Let me add a bit of history. I'm one of the representatives of the film form workshops. My name is Lechosław Członowski. I always worked with Rybek i Waśko. So I'm very happy that you are continuing. Today it's called an essay. We called ourselves the film form workshop, and we were essentially a school club or an academic club. Today, you have more means. There has been an evolution in electronics. Back then, the film tape was very expensive. We were working on 35 millimeters. So, in order to do it all, but also to avoid accusations, we simply said it was a workshop on film forms, and we often staged provocations during our performances, and we would say, okay, the form is here, but where's the man, where's the person, just to rev up the audience a little. And at the film school, my colleagues, our colleagues from other studios, referred to us as the mathematicians. And nobody asked us what we were after. We were neither from the same year, we were neither of the same background. Our paths crossed on Targowa at the film school. We applied here in order to make films. But we decided that what was taught here at the time was merely translating literary texts into visual language. And to us that was too little. This was back in the 70s. And already an evolution was started in terms of equipment, so you could rewind without all the toying with VD-cons. So new technical possibilities emerged, and we decided that a graduate of this school should have universal capacities, universal skills. So not only turning literary text into film sequences, that was too little. This is why graduates of the cinematography department had an advantage. Kruszczyński narrowed it down to 4 people. There were also directors involved in the workshops. The first Oscar for Poland, Zbyszek Lepczyński, this was a workaholic, and it was not surprising that he came up with all those things. So at the workshop we even talked about computer games, which didn't exist in Poland at the time. Andrzej Barański, Marek Kotarski, they all took part in our group, in our formal or informal group, depending on how you look at it. So this is the second day of the conference, and I'm so happy that you are continuing this in some way. Of course, you have some comfort as academics. You're expected to produce results, predictable results, and films are a commodity, much like books, like text. That is simply the case. We're not making the films for our own comfort, but to be shown out there. So if nobody watches the essays, there's no dialogue, nothing comes out of it.
żeby już nie
So,
przynudzać,
without
ja jestem zadowolony,
just to keep
że
things short,
kontynuujecie,
I'm very
nazwaliście
happy
to
that you are
esejem,
continuing and
bo
that you are
jedność
using the
eseju
term
jest
essay.
gigantyczna po prostu. I
Essay
uważam, że
is
to,
a
co pan
very
powiedział,
wide-ranging,
że to jest jak forma parasola i
capacious word.
słusznie po
It's an
prostu,
umbrella
bo
term, as you said.
gratuluję, że panu się udaje jeszcze zebrać środki
Congratulations
finansowe, po
that
prostu
you have,
mówiąc,
you're able
że
to
nie wiem, co
procure
z tego
funding.
wyniknie, nie? Gdybym ja tak powiedział w
I don't know
pismie,
what will
to
come of
bym
it.
dostał kopa po prostu.
If you say in the application form, I don't know what the end result will be. That's impressive that you managed to get funding that way.
Gratuluję wam po
So
prostu
congratulations.
Mogę powiedzieć, że jestem fanem.
And I'm a huge fan of yours.
Może do szkoły wrócę z powrotem.
And maybe I'll come back to the school and attend the workshops. Thank you.
And thank you so much for this voice. And I think there is a continuity in attitudes, and you can actually see those moments and essayistic moments like sparking in history in a lot of times. What is interesting is, I think, this remark by Laura Mulvey as well, that when she was looking back at her own practice, and she says, like, yeah, they all have their own specific media moments. And what you just said about the scarcity of the means of production. So, like, you know, the film was just more expensive, and the access to editing tables was more scarce. So I think this kind of new resurgence of video essay right now brings it with it different forms, but it's the same attitude, I would say. And of course, before that, in the 50s, we had this whole movement in France, which was labeled, I mean, it was sparked by this idea of camera stylo, which is the camera as a pen, and literally trying to treat the camera as a tool of note making. That, of course, Chris Marker, Agnes Varda, and those left bank new wave filmmakers come from this tradition. There is a great text as well by Laura Mulvey called Def 24 frames per second, where she's actually, and then the pensive spectator, when she's actually describing how, for example, the invention of DVD enabled some of those media practices that, you know, slowing down, you know, and the dissection of the film, that suddenly enabled different modes of viewing, which is also interesting if you look at the school, at the seminars that Grzegorz Królikiewicz was running here back in the day, which was unique in its own right, because when they were held, now we can all pause and rewind and fast forward. But back then, in order to dig into those films so much as those students in those seminars were, you actually had to have editing tables at your disposal and really like stop the movie and do that. So like this kind of close analysis were not done very often at the time. So yeah, we are all fans of Warsztat Formy Filmowej. So, you know, thank you for setting up the foundation for those practices in here in school. There was another question right there.
Hello, and thank you for the presentation. And I want to ask quite a tangential question, I think. Ariel said something about English language being the most commonly used for video essays as something problematic, and I am curious about this, considering that this language becomes universal, and also there is a lot of possibility for translations. So I'm curious about this one.
Thank you for the question. First of all, just to set it straight, it's not necessarily that it's the language that's most commonly being used. It's the language that's most commonly pointed out in the Sight and Sound poll as a sort of way to keep a beat on what's going on. It's the sort of work that gets the most exposure, I suppose. But then you also have in recent years a few journals like Tech Marin, which is focusing on Spanish language video essays, and most of those also offer translation. So there is some interesting work being done that isn't English language but doesn't get as much exposure. Even video essays that are subtitled in English don't get as much exposure as ones that are in English language. I can say that even in Israel, most of my students, or a lot of my students, make their own video essays in English, which is great on the one hand. That's great. They can get more exposure outside of the country, but perhaps something gets lost when you, from the start, give up on trying to use your native language and perhaps also addressing your native cinema. A lot of the work that my students do isn't about, most of it isn't about Israeli cinema and television, but it's about American or British English-speaking media objects. So in trying to highlight other options as well, I think it could be a great way of both highlighting more media objects and creators for more diverse places. So that's what I was referring to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this leads us, we have like 2 minutes left, so we can't like talk about this, but maybe next panel film could be like geography of video essay or film essay, because it's, I mean, I'm always thinking how come that in UK it's so popular. I mean, like this method, like academically, like you could actually make your like you know master thesis as a video essay at university, and like this whole tradition like there is there, and here we have like this on this, you know, little scrums of it, and we're trying to build it from the scratch actually, whereas in some countries this tradition is like much more developed. And how come?
Yeah, maybe to round it up, I want to say 2 things, because we actually had a comment also on the chat on YouTube from one of the members of the Essay Film Studio, who was the free listener, and it's a scholar from South Africa, Alet Shun. And she wrote us a message that basically, based on the talks that we had in the seminar, she developed a course about Nollywood, which made her students engage with the production practices in Nigeria and South Africa through this essayistic framework. So I think in terms of like geographical, I think like I was very happy that we had all these applications from all around the world, because I think that enriched our like little circle and this attempt at nailing what the essayistic could be. And I just wanted to respond a little bit to also to that previous statement. I think that the one important thing to highlight is that there is an audience actually. That's not a concern. The thing is that if we think normally about those screen practices that we produce in school, as we said before, they are produced for cinema screens. And maybe at cinema, there is not so much audience for this kind of essayistic works, but there is audience online. And the most popular channels on YouTube, they have hundreds of thousands of views, like Every Frame a Painting, or millions even. Kevin Lee, who made the first video essay blockbuster, I think, with the Spielberg faces, he broke, I think, 6 million at some point, and the video was taken down. And now I think all the re-uploads have over 1 million views. So there is an audience for it, and it's interesting because it is also a viable alternative to academic practice, because scientific article, like, let's not fool ourselves, it's being read by 50 people if it's written in Polish, if it's written in English, maybe 200 people around the world. And those essays are being seen much more than this. So that, just to kind of round it up, going back to this sentiment that my student expressed, about filmmakers or like image makers being those people who really professionally or as the kind of out of love engage with images in their practices. I really imagine this kind of image maker of the future, if we're talking about the future, as someone who is versatile, who can create, who can come from whatever field, who can create a movie, every couple of years, but also can produce any other media products or media artifacts for different screens and different audiences, and also in a kind of a different mode of reaction. Like, we were always amazed by Polish theater, how quickly, for example, it reacts to political issues all around us. But film, of course, is much slower because of the production process, but video essay can do that. Like, I mean, you can immediately react to political, to social situation using the media. And we go back to the title of that session today. So the essay as a methodology of analyzing and researching the reality or the media reality around us. And we're done. I would like to thank everyone for coming here, for accepting the invitation. Ariel, thanks for joining us in person. Dana, thank you so much, despite my own shortcomings today, that you managed to join us. Thanks for being with us, Kuba, Michał. Thank you, and thank you for being on that journey all together, all of you. And we hope that in one form or the other we'll get to continue.
Let's continue over the lunch break.
Thank you. I have one additional announcement. We are considering a guided tour on an exhibition with Agnieszka Sural in English at 6. But we don't know how many of you would like to join us. So we ask you to go to the info desk and write your names if you are interested in joining the guided tour at 6. And if there is a group, we will organize a tour. Thank you, and we invite you for a lunch break. Thanks. No dobrze, to będziemy powoli zaczynać.
Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll be beginning. I see all of you are coming back from lunch. But let's start our next panel anyway, because both the topics are about virtual reality. There's a lot of content, a lot of substance, a lot of presentations. So if you want to end on time, let's start on time. This panel is called Virtual Reality in Search of a New Communication Paradigm Between the Creator and the Environment. This panel will be in English, so those of you who require translation can avail themselves of headsets. The panelists will be Professor Joanna Żylińska, who's with us. She's a professor of media philosophy and critical digital practice at King's College London. She's written 8 books on philosophy, technology, and art. Joanna, do join us.
Zapraszamy. Online z nami jest Hartmut
Joining us online is Hartmut Kennitz, who's associate professor at Södertörn University in Sweden, a visiting researcher at the University of Amsterdam, and a visiting research fellow at Trinity College Dublin. Hartmut.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. I zapraszam na scenę kierowników pracowni VR AR Pola Borkiewicz i Jacka Nagłowskiego, którzy będą prowadzić
vnLab, Pola Borkiewicz and Jacek Nagłowski will be moderating this panel.
Czy możemy poprosić tam prezentację w tym miejscu?
Tak, to teraz.
Żeby też,
Tak. Czy na tym ekranie bocznym można prosić też prezentację, czy to się nie może udać?
Ten boczny jest tylko i wyłącznie do Zooma.
Aha, okej. To jeszcze. Dobra. To żeby widzieć, tak? Okej. Dobrze, jeszcze momencik. Tutaj. Jak zwykle drobny problemik. O, mamy to. Dobrze. I ja może tak spróbuję. Dzień dobry Państwu. Proszę Państwa, chcielibyśmy zaprezentować to, co robiliśmy, dlaczego robiliśmy i jak robiliśmy w ciągu 4 ostatnich lat. I dzięki temu dać też osób do naszej wspólnej dyskusji.
Launch our discussion.
I'd like to present what we've been doing for the last 4 years and why we've been doing that and how we've been doing that. And at the end, we will present some questions that for us are still open and maybe are funding the basis of what we are going to do further on. And having that, just for you to know where we are in the presentation, what to expect, just shortly the agenda. We will start from telling you about what projects have we been doing and we are still doing. Part of it you've probably seen in the exposition here. Then we would like to tell you about our view of where we are generally in terms of cultural changes and social changes and technological changes, because this background and our view on this background really hardly determines the way we've been working with VR. Then these methods and tools will be developed. We developed and we used. We will tell about it more. And then we focus on the main issue and how it was solved that we've been focusing during these 4 years on. And finally, we would like to switch to this subject I mentioned before. So we would like to talk about where it is all coming and what are the next really important and burning issues that we would like to deal with in the future.
So, hello. Our studio is, of course, run by me and Jacek, as we told, and we're both creative producers of several VR experiences that we developed and researched in the studio. And me, I just also responsible for scientific research program. This is contact for us. The studio operates within a framework of the pilot project New Forms and Technologies of Narrations. This is a 4-year project. And the goal or the aim of the program is basically discovering the rules of the external narrative language. So what we've been doing now, we finishing 15 interdisciplinary artistic and research projects, and these projects were selected annually by our Artistic Council. Teams that working with us, these are interdisciplinary teams, and mainly combined artists and researchers. So with artists, I mean, these are a kind huge group of people dealing with multimedia, theater, literature, poetry, games, sound design, coding, 3D art, UX design, and researchers, mainly from psychology, sociology, and media studies. And in the whole process, we employ of scientific methods to evaluate our results. So we've been doing really multifaceted research. Projects are developed with complete documentation of the workflow and with all these details connecting to technical and production problems and potential solutions. These creative processes are analyzed with the goal of creating a new audiovisual language with all these critical reflections from artists and researchers during this period. The whole project results with recommendations for creators. We mean, of course, case studies, analysis, and scientific publications. And about scientific publications, we working on the digital publication platform, Łódź Film School Publishing House, and we showing the results during the scientific conferences. I hope we will finish on the end of the year this basic publication about XRL language. And what we are doing with our artistic projects is also distributional part. I mean, all experience will circulate or do circulate in the international festival circuits or on distribution platforms, ecosystems. So basically what I would like to sum is that the main goal of artistic and research project was or is still creating recommendations for a new language of immersive narratives.
Okay, and now we can switch to this background. Felix yesterday was telling about this localized point of view, this localized knowledge, and this is pretty great description actually of our approach as well. And so regarding this localized approach, we would like to say how we view processes and trends that are around us right now. And I will split it into 3 parts. And the most important probably, and the deepest one, is something that might be very controversial at the first glance, but maybe we will agree later on that as well. Is that we definitely observe processes that are changing, that are leading to the paradigm shift, or we are maybe already witnessing the paradigm shift that is right now. And on the social and cultural and political level, it's the
climate change also is another level.
It's the erosion of hierarchy that we see on many institutions, but also in the approach of generally people that and that switch is also seen with Me Too movement, which is regarding decline of the patriarchy, which is all linked together, of course. So these are the long-term processes that we can observe for a long time already, and we believe we will observe further on. Then we have the decrease in trust in democratic institutions, but we have it written this way because we believe that this, in general, this decrease in trust in democratic institutions is actually in the sake of democracy itself. Because this decrease in trust is very often because many people, we start to see that it's very often the facade that is democratic, and behind it, it's still very hierarchical and very power-oriented, in fact. What we also observe as a long-term process is the spread of inclusiveness in probably any level we can imagine. And I won't lie that saying that actually regarding all these processes described here, we are of course not it's not all the same for us. I mean, we are into this change, and we value these changes positively. And the first argument against it, of course, can be that, okay, but what we observe right now around us is rather increase of authoritarian and patriarchal tendencies in many countries on the political level, as well as among many people, and support for that kind of tendencies might seem to be very often rising, but actually we believe that it is kind of a reaction. And the reaction, not in terms of communist reaction, how they called it regarding the capitalism, but it's a reaction that actually, if these trends are there, if these trends are so strong, then those who, for many reasons, positive and negative, sometimes it's power-oriented, sometimes it's safety, these groups of people feel endangered, and if they feel endangered, they also start to be much more aggressive and much more visible. Therefore, at the moment, we believe it seems like it's the rise, but it's the rise that actually is not there for a long time. So it's a short-term, in our opinion, short-term rise. So these are these trends that we believe that we follow, and on this political, let's say, level, but it's supported and confluented with technological paradigm shift. And what we observe there is, again, might be controversial, but we believe still it's, in the long term, it's pretty optimistic, is that, okay, we have the term mainstream media, which is pejorative actually already for many people and many groups of people, but actually because of much better access to knowledge and to information, a lot of functioning and a lot of mechanisms in the media were demasked and revealed, and therefore the trust in these old ways of communication has dropped. So the need for transparency is bigger and bigger, and we believe that this is something that is changing and is gonna be changed for better. Also, another thing, we have social network film that made a lot of changes in people's minds regarding that, but it was depicting mainly Facebook, and you can have a distinction between those social networks that are representation oriented, like Facebook, for example, and those social networks that are communication oriented. And what we see in the pandemic and after the pandemic is the rise of really decentralized social networks that are not so powerful actually as these big ones. This is the first thing. And also the rise of communication-oriented social networks in opposition to, we believe, a decline of representation-oriented or presentation-oriented social network, which is, in our opinion, also a pretty good trend, which supports all those issues that we mentioned before. So things that are into inclusivism, into communication, into flattened structures. Then we also observe increased awareness of privacy issues in the society, and it is also observed on the level of companies and corporations.
And the beginning was, for example, the social dilemma to 2013, yeah.
And having that in mind, even these corporations are sometimes, of course, again, another type of washing, but still there is a need to address this issue, which is kind of new, because even a few years ago, talking about privacy was just it was not a mass and general public subject that was discussed. And finally, of course, pandemic-driven acceleration of remote communication tools, the flexibility and collaboration, flexibility in terms of time, flexibility in terms of geography, which of course again has sometimes positive issues, sometimes negative, because it also allows employers to exploit this flexibility, but still, if used properly, it gives a lot of chances. And the third one is these cultural changes. And if I mean cultural, if you mean cultural in here, it means actually the cultural production. So it's pretty narrow view on according to this presentation. And we see the same kind of trends. We see changing towards the bigger and bigger inclusivity, into collaboration, into decentralization, the myth of author or artist with big A, even though sometimes, yesterday we've been talking about, sometimes it holds on pretty well on some environments, but still for the general public, and also in many groups in these institutions that are related to cultural production, this tendency towards flattened structure, towards democratization, we believe is bigger and bigger. And a very important thing is, okay, we've been talking for a long time already that the split into high culture and mass culture is something that okay, should go away, but still it was pretty strong even sometimes some time ago. But right now we believe that you can really see, I don't know, in music, really artists that are respected in both worlds, that they can play their songs in the radio on one hand, in pop radio, and at the same time they are well seen in the Philharmony by professional musicians and so on. So it's like we can see it already as a spectrum, and using artifacts from mass culture in a very detailed, very elaborated way on one hand, and using tools or using approaches from avant-garde art in many disciplines into mass production, mass culture. It's more and more visible, and it's not divisive anymore. It's not controversial. It's something that is pretty natural for us already. And what we can also observe is that the cultural and scientific development, the awareness of how networked these processes are, how we all are dependent from each other, how the flow of communication and flow of information is required for a true development of ideas. This is also something that is brought to awareness very, very much lately. So these are the general trends that we believe that it goes, and it refers to the way we approach our work in vnLab.
Yes, and those methods and tools applies in our studio in relation to this context. It's for sure flat structure. This is one of the most important thing for us, and in this flat structure, the knowledge transfer is between equals. We don't have tutors or students. We just all the interdisciplinary team, and we have in mind the idea that all what we are doing is a kind of representation of complexity. And of course, this implies cross interdisciplinary, and
yeah, like there's no divisions, right? Very often in terms of creative disciplines or creative industries, you got to be part of that already. You have to have a stamp of being, I don't know, filmmaker, theater maker, or any kind of other artist. And for us, it was important that actually, also because it's a completely new discipline that needs this knowledge from many other disciplines, but also because we simply believe that if there is no so much difference between people who create stuff. I mean, if there is some sensitivity that is proved in any other way they are doing stuff, if there is a thought and a message that is to be provided through the work, then the discipline these people come from doesn't really matter so much. It's all about just talking. It's all about communication and what is to be said and so on.
Talking and doing things.
Yeah, talking and doing things. And at the same time, it is also flat in a way that, okay, if you are an author in many institutions, then you can, because you are proved track record as an author, then you are approved to apply, you are approved to get money, to get funding for something, and you are approved to do next stuff. For us, it was like, okay, all these creative people that are working in many different levels of many different industries, they are all creative, they all have something to say. So if they were coming to us with a good project, no matter if it's a programmist, if it's a set designer, if it's a DOP, and so on, not necessarily the author who was stamped as the author, till now, then for us it was like exactly the same, because all these divisions are kind of the pattern of, in our opinion, of the old hierarchy that we do not want to follow anymore.
Yes, and first example is for cross-disciplinary. It's nights. Nights is a VR experience we been doing on the very beginning. This was a prototype period for us as a studio. I mean, and this was only half a year for producing this experience. So this was very short time, and we have two artists or creative person that propose dossier, and that was Weronika Lewandowska, the poet, and a dancer, Sandra Lewandowska, with no previous experience in VR production, of course.
Not much in audiovisual or production in general as well.
Yes, yes.
But they were creatives. They wanted to tell something, and they wanted to use these means in their opinion. So that was, because of the project, that was really good enough for us to accept it.
Those two directors created a multisensory piece, and they premiered at Sundance Film Festival last year. So in our opinion, it was really a huge success for these pieces.
Also, the next one is that we would like to mention here as example is Cave. Again, example of multidisciplinary team, people who are philosophers and who had an idea for a great project, came to the selection committee, provided this project, and we all thought that yes, it is great, we want to do it.
And next one is the Discount. This is a collaboration between journalists and narratologists, working with psychologists and therapists. So it's also a kind of cross-disciplinary idea.
Then we have That City, and we have Self. And what is very important to mention there is how it was developed. Guys, Krzysiek Grudziński, who is here with us, I believe. Yes, he is there. And Patryk Jordanowicz, they started from some idea, but actually we believe that this process of making it together with others in the discussion, together with really group discussions on the project, they really started to look for their own voice in these experiences, which resulted in complete change of the experience from beginning till the end, with a really big breakthrough in these experiences, and definitely it was a breakthrough for good.
Tools. Our toolset was basically the main document was the structure, and the structures for the very beginning it was on a kind of Excel. When we have the layers, for example, for participants, emotions, for okay, sorry. Maybe it's a dead end to go there, but I would like to say that this tool allows authors to see the conflict, because the main idea is to see the points that could be a possible fail. So in this structure they can see the conflict between linear storytelling and the need for participants' agency or interactivity. And for example, Control Negative, Dead City, Pilot and Nights was this kinds of projects for us, in our opinion, that deals with structures and go further because of this toolset.
And the other tool was Script and Pitch Deck, and it might seem that these are kind of promotional tools regarding pitch deck mainly, but actually it's just another way for structuring thought about the project, for making it shortened, and it helped a lot we know that from the authors, for Control Negative, Discount, and Multiverse, to really clear out what this project is about, how they want to tell what is going to be told.
Also contextualize story about it, because it's a very important part for us to make a context on the beginning. So when we are on the development period, we ask our creators how you will show it, what in what ecosystem, what kind of context you will deal with.
And regarding tools, also it was very strong on the first year when we didn't have the pandemic. Then once we were on the online version, it was not so strong, unfortunately. But we definitely saw that this method of working together on issues, of meeting for 2 or 3 days and talking about each project, we felt it very, very powerful. Very rapid development of projects was happening then. And but for this to happen, there were some qualities of people who were there, and actually these qualities were also something we were looking for when we were choosing project. We wanted to have people who are open. We wanted people who are able to share their knowledge, and definitely much more to help than compete. And I believe that we had very talented people in the course of
and in the
that.
selection process, we focus not only on the dossier, but also on the person, on the team, how they collaborate. If are they friends or something like that? What kind of approach they imply?
And as you see, it is all related to these issues that we mentioned at the beginning, that we believe these values that should be implied. And I believe that it worked in the context of our studio very well. And this is what we said, that that was this year, but that was also how cohesive is the team, how open for discussion, and how open for helping others as well to achieve their goals.
And the next one is value of scientific research, because we've been doing a Whispers deep dive and Nights study. I mean the whole process, but I will talk about it in the next panel. But in doing this scientific research, we working with directors, and after the data analyzing, we come back to those people and just have a conversation about this effects. So we think that, for example, for deep dive, if it was a kind of verification of initial suppositions regarding artistic tools used for immersive storytelling. And in case of Whispers, it's connected with Jacek because Whispers is Jacek's and Patrick's experience. It was, maybe you can say, yeah.
It was actually kind of oblivion that with Whispers we are talking much more to the same people as us, not exactly to the wide public, which was quite strange, but it was seen definitely on the results of the research. And
yeah, the context about exhibition and installation that I mentioned before is that we are a separate piece. It's something that is not longer.
Yeah, it's not separated. It's not in the goggles anymore.
Okay.
It is something that you have to take. You have to be aware of the context. It is presented. So the context has to be also created, and that's why we moved into this polysensory experience. That's why we moved into set design that is required to create for many experiences. So this blend between virtual and real has to be provided.
Yeah, so we do the scenography set, and for Nights, it was for the premiere last year. Yeah, Go on.
And now focusing on this main, we are almost out of time, so I will be short right now. Focusing on this main issue that we've been dealing with is the creator-spectators relationship. And, first, on the head, you see the spectator, but later on, we have to use the term participant. It's all about participation, and therefore it is very participant-centric communication that requires from creator the focus on the state of mind, of feelings, of sensuality of the person that is receiving that. And having that in mind is crucial when constructing and making the VR experience, which again is very flattening structure. You never, in VR, there is no place for, providing a message and for the recipient. It's all about much flattened communication. And also, it's pretty important that the participant is considered to be a subject themselves, because
with their own body.
Yeah, because it's much more about communication paradigm in terms of when you create something than the expression paradigm. So it's all about being equals again when you're creating VR experiences than when you try to talk with the person who is the participant of VR experience. And very important is the distinction that we realized in the meantime, that there is a huge difference. If we want to communicate, it's about conversation, as we said, but there is a difference between the conversation and simulation. If this is, of course, you have this interactivity issue that, because the first thing was about storytelling, how you treat the participant, so that it is required to treat that. But in this second part of that is the interactivity, and that is very often in conflict with storytelling. And if we have that conflict, there is a doubt, there is a possibility that you go full on the interaction level. But what you create then is rather the simulation than something that is authors-driven, that is a communication. So participation in the message is very important. Co-creation of the message, of the meaning, is very important. And something that is very important also is to avoid creating a sandbox, because in the sandbox the meaning is very hard to convey. And there is ethical component in that as well, because if we agree that creation is mainly, as well as any kind of thinking actually, is mainly the selection and structurization of some phenomena that we want, that we form a message from, then also pretending that the artist is absent, to paraphrase the famous title, is actually simply avoiding the responsibility for the co-created message. The artist is always present. The artist forms the message, and the artist invites, the creator invites someone into the discussion. He cannot hide behind the work that is done. And again, about localization, it has to be revealed, his localization, where he speaks from, to really understand it, to really try to communicate. So again, the same values we mentioned at the beginning are also visible in the process of thinking about the creative work. And also, just really briefly, regarding the strategies that we've developed in this creator-participant relation, that is again pretty new and difficult, that we have to find, and we have examples of that. So we have the whole spectrum of strategies, and we have the demasking of illusion of presence, that is in which you are here, that Michał Stankiewicz really shows how presence, that is very key word in VR, is actually completely illusory and do it in a pretty strong way. Then we have taking the approach from the strong storytelling, which is Krzysiek Grudziński example in the city. Then in pilot we have really juxtaposition of these two modes, interactive mode and storytelling mode. And the way it's done is that they put light one on another. It's like the interactive part really makes you understand better the narrative part. And the narrative part really provides the background to understand and to be in this interactive part. Then in control negative, we have the really great blend of these two modes, where all the interactivity is blended into the storytelling, where we are still in the head of the person who tells us the message and who asks us in a very, very personal story and who asks us to do stuff. But it's at this point, it's not kind of task related, or even if it's task, it is pretty clear what is the purpose for the story of these tasks. And then we have multiverse, which is like a big convolution of multiple storylines, but still, even if we have multiple storylines that are convoluted and going in time this way and that way and so on, it's still in time very structured dramaturgically. So even though you can follow many different lines, the dramaturgy of it all is still kept, no matter what. Okay, I will skip this one because we don't have time for that, but what is very important for our discussions right now is setting the ground for the further development of that. So what we've been dealing with is metaphorically that relation between creator and the participant of VR experience. But right now, with this shifted paradigm of creation that we've been mentioning, we believe that this approach, this inclusivity, flattened structure and so on, has to be spread into other kinds of relation that are visible in the process of creation. So we believe it has to be dialogic rather than authoritative communication. We believe that it has to be co-creation with also non-human agents or non-human entities. And what is required to be changed, and another issue is how to, this is what we want to discuss, how to change it, that we shouldn't, especially with the rise of AI, we shouldn't treat it as a tool anymore. It is a partner, and how to change that, that aspect, how to change that process, how to incorporate and include all the other elements in the creative process into the process of creation. These are the issues that we want to focus on in our discussion. I will leave maybe these questions open here. We have and now we can discuss this, how it goes, how can we implement these new strategies towards inclusiveness into the process of making stuff. Two. Are we all here? Yeah, we are. We don't see Hartmut. Yes. Yeah, we don't see Hartmut, but we will hear you, Hartmut, and we will look at you from this strange angle. But we'll try. Oh, hello. Okay, so maybe the first question to both of you is, it's gonna be very straightforward. How do you feel about these approaches? Do you feel that this inclusiveness on one hand and this is really the process that happens now, and are you optimistic regarding that? And if so, yeah, what are these tendencies in your opinion?
Okay, can I have a go? Well, first of all, I mean, thank you for such a fascinating overview of the practices of your lab, and also I've really enjoyed being able to see some of the works today, yesterday, in the different studios. And I'm absolutely on board with your program of what I see as moving beyond the kind of old-style paternalistic way of teaching kind of filmmaking and teaching creative subjects, where there was the kind of old-style auteur, usually that was a he who stood in his posture, intellectual and creative, and had to, you know, put some kind of fear and horror into the followers, who were usually followers. So there is a great generosity, I think, in your approach, and that approach of creating a different environment. I think there is something very ethical about this. So I think that's totally amazing. At the same time, I recognize the number of tensions in your articulation of this, which I'm sure you're aware of, because you are saying the artist is not present. The artist still retains their role of an artist, and it might be more of an entangled artist. They might exist in a conversation or a collaboration with others, but there is at the same time a taking of responsibility. And I'd like to kind of, as part of our conversation, to take that question back to you. If you don't want to be this kind of, you know, macho lab owner, filmmaker of a particular stature and behavior and posture, which, as we know, what's happening in art schools across the world now in Europe around practices of violence, which is not just physical but emotional, affective. So if you clearly, I understand, want to avoid some of that and create different affects as part of your practices. So how do you understand your role in all of that? Because clearly you are not just letting it all happen. There is also a way of taking responsibility on your part. I mean, are you kind of like lab whisperers? Are you like, you know, ghosts in the background? How would you articulate your own ownership of that project? And is ownership even a good word?
Yeah, I think it depends on the period. On the very beginning, when we develop the projects, it's mostly our knowledge transfer, and we have some...
It's not even a transfer, it's sharing.
Sharing, yes. And we have some discussion and seminars about the specific topics of VR. And during this, we just meet those peoples, and we mostly discuss and showing things. And this part is quite structuralized, because we are dealing with this from a few years, and we have some toolset, as we said, that for the very beginning we start with this narrative paradox part, and with the structure, with how to structurize the pitch deck, and how to build a context, and we work with all those people. But this is mostly a kind of showing things and talking about that in a kind of dialogue way.
Okay. Can I just have a quick follow-up to this? Then what about expertise? Is expertise important to you both as part of the work? And how do you account for expertise? How do you create room for it without, again, you know, working with those kind of hierarchies that you want to do away with?
Actually, I do believe that expertise is the word that we are trying to really avoid in our practice, especially this is the field that is really developing right now, and we really believe there is no experts. And of course, for now, after doing all that stuff, after doing stuff that was before, yeah, we have more experience that we can share, but actually nothing is set in stone, and it was proved many, many times that people from different approaches, like I'm from film, my background is in film, but people from different approaches have much better intuitions and much better understanding of some concept of VR than, for example, I can have.
Yes, but that's truly expertise as well, even though I understand that the connotations of the term expertise with the expert who stands above the crowd might not be to your liking, and I'm completely okay with that. But there is clearly a recognition of, as you said, knowledge and understanding coming from others. So it's a space in which different people bring
and we are equal in that
ways.
because we all discussing that. We are all, you know, we all understand what brings value to to that and what eventually doesn't. And it is also pretty common that we agree or disagree on some issues. So
that's
it's pretty doable.
But because this is a medium of space, we are dealing with, for example, architects, and their knowledge about the space, it's broader than in the film field. So it's obvious that their expertise is something that we are looking for in this development part.
If you don't mind, I would be happy to ask Hartmut.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Are you with us, Hartmut? Yeah, you are.
Yes, I very much feel like I'm very present, like sort of even omnipresent, I feel when I look at the screen. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to congratulate you on this, you know, amazing program that you have completed and all the projects that you have undertaken during this time. So this is really amazing work. Thank you. And also thank you for giving this really extensive overview of, you know, some of the, let's say, artistic, political and cultural developments that we are all dealing with. Things like, I know you mentioned the flat hierarchies or the erosion of hierarchies. You mentioned sort of hopefully the end of the erosion of patriarchal structures, at the same time the attacks on democracies and sort of the resurgence, it seems, of authoritarianism in many areas. I don't think I need to especially mention what is going on, you know, in the country that borders Poland to south. I think we are all very aware of what is going on there. And you know, maybe, you know, if you know, the audience does not necessarily know who I am, I mean, one of the stakes I have in that, and I'm showing a quick slide here. I am the chair of the Cost Action INCOR, that is a European network currently encompassing about 180 researchers. And we're working on the topic of interactive narrative design for complexity. Representation. Paula is also a member of the network. This is, you know, from our last meeting, and here we're really looking how we can use more current forms of narration here, especially interactive narratives, to represent complex topics such as global warming, the migration crisis, COVID, and so far and so on. So I think, you know, of course, I think these projects are complementary in many ways. One thing we want to accomplish with the project is to create a more broader use of interactive digital narratives to represent complex topics, and of course that can include VR, but also, you know, journalistic projects, interactive documentaries, and in some cases, games. I am deeply convinced that these forms give us new opportunities to really show the complex world, and I'm very happy to, you know, solve it, also repeat it in some of your slides in terms of the representations of complexity. I think this is really one of the challenges, that we also have to become aware that we really live in a post-modern time, and there's no longer this one true grand narrative that can help us explain everything. So I think this is also a shared general backdrop here. Okay. I think we still need to do a whole lot more from my perspective to sort of what I see as understanding what narrative can be in this regard. And I think narrative can be a whole lot more than what we are used to in terms of being malleable, giving then some voice here, and that is also something that you talked about, change relationship between creator and participant. And in this regard, I'd like to remind us that this is actually not such it's not such a new perspective. That has been sort of in the discussion for quite some time, and I mean, it shows how difficult that is also as a challenge for creators to sort of, give up some of the basically the power they're used to in terms of getting their particular view across.
Okay.
So,
Hartmut, we barely hear you at the moment, unfortunately.
Sometimes my computer is not collaborating when it should do. But I mean, wanting to show is sort of very quickly. And you should hopefully see it in. No, that is, you're not seeing. Yes, are you seeing it now?
We see the presentation, yes.
Yeah, we see slides.
And we start to hear you better also.
Can you hear me again now?
Yeah, yes. Better.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, yes. We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. No, we can't.
I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
Okay, maybe the connection.
Can you hear me now?
Not really.
Okay, sorry. What I was saying was basically, I mean, it's very interesting that you touched on the question of a relationship between creator and participants. And I just wanted to say that, this is actually something we're dealing with for a while.
Okay.
Are you hearing me again or not?
Hartmut, maybe if you could turn off the camera, maybe the connection will be better, because it's very important for us what you are saying.
See when I can hear you.
Okay. Could you try to say something? It didn't help. Okay. I hope it will be better in time later on.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it better now?
Looks like.
Yes. Hello.
Okay. So if you could repeat your last sentences, please, because it was barely hearable.
Okay. Can you hear me or not?
We can.
Yes. No.
But there's a huge delay.
So what I said. Okay. Strangely enough, I don't see it, Okay. So what I said, it's very interesting that you were mentioning the relationship or the changed relationship between creator and participant. Mm-hmm. And the slide I showed, I hope you could, did you see the slide that I shared?
Not at the moment, we've seen that before.
Okay, right. But the slide is something that Roy Escott said already in 1968, and I think it's interesting that we are sort of still, dealing with this particular shift in sort of power and in how we perceive an artwork. I'm trying to share it again here now. So I mean, this is sort of a conception of of cybernetic art, as described by Roy Ascott in 1968. So this is certainly a shift, and an interesting shift, and I think this is the very productive tension also. I sometimes say, I mean, it's interactivity is a question that needs to be addressed for every particular project. And sometimes interactivity might not be the right thing, but I think if we want interactivity and also the chances that it brings for audience expression, for audience performance, then we need to be willing to give up some control. And that is still a hard call to make for many artists here.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to kind of take some of these ideas a little further, building on your question and your desire to construct a new language for immersive narratives, and thinking, what can we do, which way we can go. And I wanted to put a few ideas on the table, but also maybe to play the devil's advocate. So, and to raise the question of the context as well. And as part of that discussion, in which we have so far been considering human participants, and on the one hand, we flattened the structure, and the lab is this kind of sequence of co-collaborators, that things are emerging. We've given up of the experts and the expertise. We've got a much more dynamic, ethical space, and I want to kind of recognize the role of technology in all of that. And obviously your questions in which you were pointing to AI and non-human influences was already creating an opening for that discussion. So I wanted to ask about the role of this particular technology, especially of virtual reality, that which, you know, and the goggle technology and the spaces that are created as part of the design that are creating a certain set of experiences, and how this, on the one hand, determines, or does it determine, but let's say determines the relationship between the participants and the authors or the creators. On the other hand, how it creates or certain openings as well, ways of experiencing things ourselves differently as technological beings. I'm going here with the aforementioned Flusser and Bernhard Stiegler, for whom we are always technical beings. We have emerged as humans in the world through technology, starting from fire and stones through to, you know, devices such as, you know, computers, microphones, and goggles. So as part of that context, I'm thinking about this idea of the, you know, empathy machine. We've all heard the saying, you know, Chris Milk, the very unfortunate phrase that, you know, VR is empathy machine. We will all watch, you know, experiences of, I think he was giving the example of Syrian refugees, and then because you're so close and you're so surrounded by it, you will have a certain enhanced sensibility. And I think lots of creators kind of went and tried to do that, thinking, well, we are creating some of these experiences through poetry, through a kind of barrage of images, and you can see some of these gestures, even if people might not be in direct conversation or debate with Milk, is not happening in some of the projects here. But on the other hand, there is something else happening with the technology, which is that the concept I've been working is the concept of the perception machine. And it's the concept which for me already has this kind of, is more ambiguous. So on the one hand, it recognizes a certain fascination with the technology of VR and extended reality and all the other kind of software parts that come into it, as well as the kind of human-machine collaborations. On the other hand, it also recognizes the political and economic context of, you know, the question of who owns the platform, who owns the tech, what kind of gestures are being predetermined again. So, you know, you can do everything you want to do as long as you're using the set of gestures that has been predefined. And as long as so you think you are creating a certain form of art and experience and encounter, but at the end of the day, you are creating data points for a kind of bigger behemoth, which is that perception machine owned by, you know, be it by, you know, by Meta. I still can't bring myself to calling it Meta. I mean, you know, the artist, the con artist previously known as Facebook. So that kind of sense of the perception machine, which also generates a certain individualized experience in which we are all starting to live in an image envelope. So part of me, And I'm saying as somebody who both writes about images and creates images, so clearly loves images or is interested in images, I'm also concerned about that kind of increased experience of living in an image envelope. And the fact that you can say that there is a certain digital circle of steel enclosing upon us, and it can be sometimes dressed up as a kind of art project, as a nice experience, but there is perhaps something kind of more pernicious going on in the sense that our perception is being colonized. And it's being, on the one hand, personalized and individualized, on the other hand, is being platformized and colonized. And I'm kind of concerned about that. And this is the context that's part of my devil's advocate questioning that I'm trying to raise to you. So this new language, you know, how does it operate within that context of the perception machine, which, as we probably know, isn't so much an empathy machine. Although, now and again, it can create, you know, all sorts of affects, empathy, short-lived as it might be, being perhaps one of them.
Maybe on the very beginning we could say something about the new pipeline with co-creation with AI that we are dealing with. But yeah, before that, what?
Even before that, it's you mentioned Flusser, and actually it's also with any tools, it's also about hacking, and we do it very often in here, and authors are doing that, and like the first example is Wish You Were Here, which is actually about showing how presence is kind of a fake that is provided it's an illusion that is provided by VR, and I believe that in many cases, from technical to meritorical, it's about finding these inconsistencies that you can put your your message through this. But I would also direct your question to Hartmut before that, because it is also about a question about complexity and complex systems, and how to find your own way and how to deal with these complex systems like perception machines or theoretically empathy machines like that. Hartmut, how would you tell about these relations?
That's a very interesting question. I mean, I think, you know, we should use technology as well as we can. And that clearly means we also need to be realistic, and we cannot be naive. And I tend to see this idea of the empathy machine as inherently naive and technologically deterministic in a way which is uncritical.
Yeah, I think we've agreed on that. That was already kind of established.
Yes, yeah, we are dealing with that, talking about we need to structurize the idea. So I think we put this. There's no voice. Sorry, we can't
right.
hear.
I mean, when we talk about, you know, representations of complexity, I think, you know, the very first thing to
it won't work. Yeah. This way.
I mean, the strange thing is I don't see any delay on my side, so I'm not sure what's going on.
There is a huge delay, and we have breaks also in what you say, but okay.
If you try without video again.
Could you try without video once again, because it was much better when the audio was like okay when the video was not in. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
All right. Okay. The strange thing is I don't see the delay on my side. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to representations of complexity, I mean, we really need to understand what we want our participants to get from that, and not to convey a ready-made fixed narrative to them, but give them an experience where they can explore and learn and investigate for themselves. And I think this is really the challenge, because we're so used from an artistic perspective to create finished, fixed products. And now we have this challenge of creating something that is open for exploration and that is exploring cybernetic, computational ways for letting people making their own connections. And you know, this is an ongoing project, of course. But I mean, basically what we want to achieve is not, oh, I get this message. What we, in my mind, want to achieve is, oh, I understand the dynamism of this system. I understand the different connections here.
Yeah, just a quick kind of comeback, because on the one hand, you know, thinking about dealing with complexity, and there's obviously...
Did you all understand that? Was that okay in terms of audio?
Yes, we've heard that.
Yeah. So there is more awareness, I think, of these kind of hyper objects that, you know, Timothy Morton described them as, be it, you know, climate change or kind of totalitarianism or some other objects that we can't see or we're capable of imagining, even though we can't grasp them with a single image or concept. So on the other hand, that sense of the lack of, you know, the art object not being finished is also clearly a historical kind of tendency. It's like, in a way, you can argue that a book is never finished, and as an artifact, as an object that requires a participation of a reader, and it always goes through a number of iterations. So any form of kind of cultural production, of course, it's got its own affordances, its own ways of being in the world, but in itself, if we are going through, you know, thinking here about Umberto Eco or Roland Barthes' reading of the book, the novel, the piece of kind of literary criticism, piece of philosophy, it is always already reiterated in every act of reading, and it goes somewhere different. And that also kind of goes to the question of language, which is always a kind of living being. There is something non-human about language in itself, that, and be it that language being visual or you know, grammatological, that always has all these kinds of lives and openings, and it never belongs to one, or to one community, to one individual. But also going back quickly to Flusser, and that idea of how we can actually do something within a system that is determined. And obviously Flusser is talking about the universe, which is on its way to entropy. So even though, you know, you might not be okay with determinism, but presumably most people are okay with physics, as in, you know, we're not undermining gravity here, although, you know, might. So in that sense, when we're talking about the system being deterministic, in that sense, because it's on the way to entropy, and we know our sun will go out in, you know, still we've got some time left, but there are those kind of historical trajectories of different lengths, then Flusser still recognizes that horizon on finitude, and then horizon of technological determination, if you like, and yet he still injects a certain dose, even if not optimism, then you can call it a desire to still do something. And for me, Flusser is one of the most interesting philosophers in that respect, because he takes the technological setup of the universe seriously, as well as own expiration date, and yet he still asks questions about what can we do, rather than just wail and think that there is no way to go. And that idea of the margin of possibility, or a little margin of freedom, which is a term, you know, not just a humanist term, it's also a cybernetic term, to me is very appealing. And I think that describes the works and that search within those kinds of processes, including that kind of VR.
Our main...
yeah, it was one of the biggest inspirations of, also for us. But the thing is that, okay, we are slowly shifting into the questions that we tried to pose at the beginning, which is the relation between the creator and the environment. And what we've said till now is, okay, there are these hyper objects that have its power, its huge power over us, but it is still very anthropocentric perspective that we have, and even using Flusser to that, it is about looking for breaks in that image, in that huge, powerful objects that we have to deal with. Actually, no matter if it's just a camera or if it's a social network that is this perception machine that we are actually exploited kind of by. But then there is a question if on many different levels can we maybe start to look for the same kind of flattened, inclusive understanding of otherness and acceptation of otherness towards these different entities that we live with. Is this approach possible? Is this approach not only possible, but does it make sense actually, or is it very like something that's endangering us?
I mean, I think to me it makes total sense, and in that sense the technology of VR, which finds itself in this weird moment now, because even now here, which most people would be experts, sorry, I know we're not using this term, but people kind of have seen tech before. So, and yet a lot of the discussion are still, is it working, is it not? You need to stop, you need to press. No, let me just reset this. So there is still that sense of defamiliarization and the awkwardness around technology. For me, that glitchiness is always quite fascinating, that we have to have this meta conversation about the tech, as well as do fascinating things in the tech. It's not yet seamless. It's not that we are not yet in that. So that moment of the recognition of the lack of seamlessness of technology and the glitchiness of that kind of setup, as well as recognizing our own human glitchiness, which is something I find fascinating about humans being quite glitchy beings. I think is that moment, maybe the last moment, where that technology can still give us something, because it hasn't yet been precisely marketized, perfected, that it becomes like this 360 image envelope. So when we are in that kind of, surround with all these openings, glitches, stuttering of the machine, we can maybe see kind of different ways of doing things with this and to it. And we're also recognizing that obviously we're not fully in control of the world. So that's a kind of one way, it's a banal statement, of course, we are not fully in control of the world, but it's a way of dealing with that complexity on a certain experiential level. So a lot of people mentally might recognize, of course, the world is complex, but to really live through that as an experience and to understand that I am not the center of the world, I'm not, the world doesn't revolve around me, and not just me as Joanna, but any other human or even humanity as such, even though we seem to have forgotten about this. So return to planetarity, to problems of climate, and that, I think, VR experience could almost become this kind of friendly alien. A reminder of the remainder, if you like, a reminder of the glitch of the universe. And maybe that would be that moment where artists, creators, creatives, flat labs can kind of capture and create those experiences while there is still time, while the tech is not still quite there, if you like.
We should already finish, but please let me prolong it just a bit, because I would be also very happy if Hartmut, from your perspective, if you could say how that relationships, in your opinion, with different non-human objects and non-human entities that we are dealing, can be dealt with.
Right. How's the delay now?
Seems like okay.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
All right. Good. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very interesting question, and again, one that also was already brought up by people in the 1960s in terms of cybernetics being in relationship to cybernetic machines that we now mostly see as computational machines. I think we already dealing in many ways with these sort of interesting hybrid person-computer systems all around us. I think that is quite clear. And I think artists can really help to explore this relationship. I think what is important here, I think we want to have democracies around us. We want to have, participation. And I think then we need to really think of how do we want to organize them? How do we want to structure them? And, we talked about flat hierarchies, and these flat hierarchies we talked about as a positive thing mostly. But flat hierarchies also means the absence of gatekeepers. And we see that very much, I think, in politics, what it means to have an absence of gatekeepers and have extremist opinions on conspiracy theories very easily, take over, considerable parts of the population. So that is a sort of a downside of flat hierarchies. And I think in this regard, we should really consider this relationship also as one where we can explore organizational and structural ways how to deal with these systems, because that's how we will need to reorganize our democracies.
Okay. Now there's the question to Anya, because we are over time now, but I don't know if we have time for some questions from the public, or yes? Okay, perfect. So, do anyone wants to ask a question? Mostly to our guest, probably. Not really.
I would add one. I really enjoyed your idea that through VR we can make somehow complex. Thank you. I really enjoy your the idea that through VR we can somehow create a tool to imagine sustainable way to live as the humans and expand our focus in single humans and humanity as. So I would really enjoy if you could go further and somehow imagine how we could do that. Thank you.
But this is the question that is directed to...
I mean, everybody who has that idea.
Okay, so the projects that we are actually doing right now, so just to briefly start, is inviting systems as co-creators. And we are, of course, we are speaking about AIs right now, but it is really not using systems of AI systems as tools, but for example, in my case, it's making interviews and treating it as a documentary material later on. Of course, there is still authorship in it at the end, but exactly like with any documentary material, but it's also giving a voice and treating these entities as subjective, even though we don't know, or probably many people doubt if there might be subjective. And in this case, if we will find a mode of communication with these non-human systems, and if we will start to convince people that, okay, maybe it's worth, or maybe it's even required from many different point of views, to start to treat some of the systems, some of these entities, as if they could be our partners, and as that we have to deal with, and from the, I don't know, ethical, moral point of view, but also very pragmatic one, then maybe it can be also further extended on any other object, because we have to start first from those that we can communicate in a way we can understand.
And I'll use your question as a kind of plug so come and see the talk and the film I'm showing tonight at 5:30. So I'm going to talk about non-human creativity, and I'm going to show a short film which I made together with different AI engines. And the talk is going to be a bit of an experiment arising out of my kind of longer-term philosophical practice and art practice as an attempt to try and shift that kind of human to human way of working. It's still, as part of my kind of broader philosophical trajectory, I inscribe what I do into the line of thinking that could be described as return to the human after the post-humanist critique. That doesn't mean it's a return to humanism. I think that kind of model has been compromised. It's more a recognition that you can't just give up on the human, because that in itself is a humanist gesture and it's bound to fail. But I'm taking post-humanist critique, especially under the umbrella of critical post-humanism, starting from, philosophy of 1960s, then going through people like Derrida, through to likes of Donna Haraway, Rosie Braidotti, and others. And after that, how can we think the human, taking all that other scholarship and creative practice seriously? So I'll try and show you what I mean by this later on. So
we invite you all who got interested in that, into this presentation and screening.
The wrap-up from Hartmut, is there any? Dear Hartmut, are you with us?
Yes. Are you with me?
Yes.
I can hear and see you fine. Yes, I mean, I think, this is such an expansive discussion in terms of a new relationship with this, hybrid systems, basically with non-human systems, but also I think with all the developments that we talked about in terms of political developments and otherwise, that this will keep us busy for quite a while. But I think we should really see VR and similar technologies as tools for exploration of this relationship, and also as important, I have once called it sandboxes for trying out things before sometimes even before we become pertinent in society, some sort of early warning function, and I think we really need to use the tools as artists that way and really look into into these developments and what we can do about that, and how we can sort of reorganize our understanding as subjects by ourselves, but also as societies in the future. And I think this is really what we should focus on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other question from the audience?
I can just add something to this discussion. We can not think only linear and about structure. Maybe idea of palimpsest would be better to describe the layers which are not sharp between objects and subjects. When we think about relations in the cultural meaning and technical meaning, between person and the world around. That's all.
Thank you very much.
I agree. It's a great point. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that also regarding time, yeah, we should have some break. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you for your presence and for being here and talking to us. And yeah, and see you at. Okay, at 3:30 we can be here on the next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more announcement. We are considering a guided tour. A guided. Thank you. Thank you. We are considering a guided tour in English.
Thank you. Sorry for the technical glitches. I see you all later tonight and tomorrow in person.
See you. So, one more time. I was announcing the possibility of a guided tour at the exhibition in English, and we are still considering it. So, if you are interested in a guided tour in English, please let us know at the info desk by the entrance, and we will try to organize a guided tour at 6 p.m. today. Thanks. Będziemy powoli zaczynać. Państwo się schodzą z przerwy kawowej, ale żeby znów żeby oszczędzić czas i żebyśmy wszyscy zdążyli na pokaz filmu Joanny Żylińskiej, który jest tuż po naszym panelu, to spróbujmy rozpocząć.
So let's get started. I would like to invite you to our next panel, Communication at the Cusp of Art, Science, Technology and Sociology, with Grzegorz Bochwatko, psychologist, scholar and lecturer who works for the Institute of Psychology, Polish Academy of Sciences.
Michał Pabiś-Orzeszyna, pracownik Katedry Filmu.
And Michał Pabiś-Orzeszyna, with the chair of Film and Audiovisual Studies, University of Łódź, since 2019 involved in studying production and reception in cooperation in VR/AR production and reception. And finally, Wiesław Kopeć, scholar and practitioner in small technologies, doctor of technical science, and graduate of MBA for the IT sector. And continually with us, staying with us is Pola Borkiewicz, head of the AR/VR studio. So this is the second VR panel. We'll be talking to scholars of VR. We will first hear 3 presentations on the methodology of VR, and then we will move on to a discussion. So with us are representatives of the 5 institutions that we work with, the 5 organizations we work with, and we will delve more deeply into some of the issues in the presentations. So the title of our panel is Communication at the Cusp of Art, Science, Technology and Society. So, as Ania said, the agenda is as follows. We will first talk about the codification of the language of this new medium. We will try to give you an idea of the assumptions behind this codification process. Then we will hear from Michał Pabiś-Orzeszyna on the culture of creative VR experiments and the problem of conventions. Third, mutual communication between science, art, and its audience. A deconstruction of artistic VR environments as multi-sensory messages. So after these 3 presentations, we will move on to communication at the cusp of various fields. So perhaps we'll start with the first subject, the agenda for today. And I apologize, I should probably set a timer. It's 20 to 4. First and foremost, I would like to provide an overview of our artistic and scholarly activities, emphasizing the scholarly part, then moving on to communication within multidisciplinary teams. This is a relevant topic relevant to us. And then on to codification as a component of our research methodology. Codification perceived, treated in a very flexible way. And I would like to give you the example of the sense of presence in the experience of VR. VR is a spatial form, so the notion of the sense of presence is the first important issue that we encounter. This problem comes out of illusions of an environment, and I will refer to that. And so, summing up, we need a taxonomy in our hybrid world and in our hybrid experiences. So, starting with the fact that our basic task at the studio and at the lab is to carry out artistic experiments, to create experimental artistic pieces. But at the same time, we are examining those pieces. From the very beginning, we assumed there would be critical scientific reflection in the form of research, but also research in film studies, humanist studies, sociological studies, as well as publications, also within the framework of post-conference materials and post-seminar materials. So just to visualize the scope of our artistic and research program at the studio. As Jacek and I said before, the studio is part of a pilot project, New Forms and Narrative Technologies. The aim of the project is to discover the rules of this new language, and within the framework of this project, we are creating 15 VR experiences, which are experimental. We also approach them so that the experiment may work or not. All the experiences and processes involved in creating these pieces at the studio are studied under various aspects, and the feedback, creators get feedback in the form of case studies and academic publications, and these outcomes will also be available to a broader group of to a broader audience, not just the creators who are part of the studio, but they will also be published in digital form by the Łódź Film School. They will be available online. So during the pilot period, which began in 2019, we developed a kind of prototype for production work in film. So we had cinematic VR experience, and this was the Whispers, developed within the framework of the Biennale College Cinema in Venice. This experience won the Biennale College. So when we were starting work on the lab, our creative team was already subject to multi-aspectual research. Michał Pabiś was conducting ethnographic interviews. This was pre-pandemic. After this work was completed, we conducted methodology workshops here. By that point, we were meeting all of the parties in order to develop research hypotheses, and these hypotheses then became the foundation for developing certain markers. I'm talking about this process because it's very important to us. It involves the participation of creators, artists, and it's a dialogue with them. So we have the VR/AR studio, the VR lab at the Institute of Psychology, OPPIB and the chair of film and audiovisual media at the University of Łódź. We started in 2019. So we launched the program based on 3 pillars. First, codification of the audiovisual language, both among the creative teams and via a feedback loop, considering the recommendations and academic reports compiled after analyzing a given piece. So this codification seems to be a place where the broadest elements have to come back and get included. So the outcomes of various measurements and experiments and ethnography, which accompanies the creative experimental project, and studying reception. Oh, so what is this codification all about? Why are we talking about something that sort of makes our work more rigid, brings rigidity into our work? So, as we see it, codification is a critical analysis at the level of work, but it's also open to continual evaluation, assessment. But what I'm driving at is to crystallize certain linguistic structures that allow us to communicate in everyday speech, because the communication problem that we often encounter is that we are speaking from different hermetic fields. We're speaking different specialized languages, and it's hard to meet the language of artists, sociologists, mathematicians, programmers, psychologists, and so on. For instance, the notion of presence has a different meaning in each of these languages. Hence the need to crystallize those elements of the process. The next point is ethnography of the creative process. So here Michał will talk about the interviews with members of the teams and reception or perception research. Here we have methods that use objective measurements like eye tracker, electro, EEC, psychophysiological measurements. So a tools package is tailored, prepared for each of the experiences, taking into account the specific nature of the piece. So when building this framework, we did not presuppose that all the pieces would have the same questionnaires, the same tools. They change over time, and they are linked both to the technology and the narrative and the main themes addressed in the given experience. But the core is fixed. The core is fixed because we are comparing those materials, but in each case we take the specific nature of the piece into account. We develop specific questionnaires for each experience. So what have we managed to do? So let's start with whispers. This was a research done in 2019-2020 at the beginning of the pandemic. It was very hard to... we had to develop new work methods at the lab, but we did manage to do it. Maybe it's worth saying that this was an experience of 3 degrees of freedom, which to us is a film-like spherical VR experience registered with a stereoscopic camera. So more of a film, a realistic experience. There's also VR stereoscopic registration, and Miłosz created a piece that was could be accessed in goggles, but it was not 360 degrees, but it was on a screen with some depth. And the last stage of research at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, and we're still working on it, is the piece Nights, which was initially interactive. It still is 6 degrees of freedom, but we prepared a version with artists which is more linear. It's still VR and stereoscopic 3 degrees of freedom. It included a site-specific installation, which was featured last year at Nowe Horyzonty and the Copernicus Science Center at the Przemiany Festival. So this is the person who these are the people who take part in our research. So looking at it all, looking at all of these, all of the people and institutions involved, it's worth reflecting on how we all communicate and do we understand each other. The problems that come of it, we solve them on a daily basis, but there are many variables, and we need to consider that we have creators here who are quite specific. Communications management, I'm not sure if I can use the term management. There's no such thing as management. Basically, attempting to communicate among all those entities is quite a challenge, and whereas we were entering this project with the feeling that artists and scholars have similar views, this project made me realize things could be otherwise. So now returning to the area that I wanted to focus on, so codification. What is this codification? Definitionally, it is a selection process so that we can build a kind of model, but this model is dynamic. So even if we publish the outcomes of our work on digital platforms, they get overwritten as well. So we keep creating. I'm not sure if this process will be indefinite, but I think it's an important aspect. We're not thinking of codification as something that is petrified. It's more of a process of arriving at a new language. So the codification we are involved in is the conclusion of certain natural standardization processes. And starting on this project, I came from this project that I was doing at the Academy of Fine Arts on narrative systems, where I was dealing with language codification, developing some preliminary definitions, concepts, a kind of catalog, which I turned into pictograms. So, to come up with a manual, so people could get a quick grasp of these concepts. It sounds like a utopia. There's something to that.
Jednak stworzyć te podstawy. Mówiliśmy wcześniej o wiedzy eksperckiej, więc ta kodyfikacja...
Earlier we talked with Joanna on expertise, so this codification is a kind of crystallization of the expertise. There is a tradition of such utopias because Bolesław Włodzimierz Lewicki, who lectured at the Łódź Film School once, also worked with these scores, you could say. So film analysis at the Łódź Film School is nothing new, and VR analytics are in the same spirit. And follows the same road quite naturally. One key concept for me is presence. And that's what I would like to focus on now in order to show you how many elements it involves, which impacts communication. So each medium has its own immersive qualities, its own alphabet. In VR, it's immersion. In other media, it's transportation theory. So it has its own features, its own variables, the way it presents narrative, presence, interactivity. So here I have pictograms for immersion and interactivity. And they differ, but in VR the situation is gets more complicated because we are dealing with telling a story in conflict with the participants' interaction. So the narrative paradox, which has been with us since the year 2000, the linear story is at odds with the interactivity of the participant, which gives rise to this conflict. And what the conflict is that the participant is within the medium. When we put on the VR glasses, we find ourselves present in a space, which is a huge challenge. Of course, it is also an opportunity to communicate content, but it's quite a challenge to the storytelling. So if the participant feels present in the story, he should be included in the narrative somehow. Of course, when designing these experiences, we could make the participant either a person, a protagonist, or a ghost. And Mrs. Thiele mentioned yesterday, it could be a ghost that has influence on the events or no influence. So we have 4 basic strategies that we use. So ghost with impact, ghost without impact, and so on. And we weave these in the development stage so that the designers can reflect on who this is for, how they are immersing the participant. Because this is not a closed situation, it's a spectrum, a narrative spectrum, so we could have authorial, rigid, linear narratives, or ones where the participant enters and has agency in the interaction.
And just as in this distinction between the physical world and the digital world, And so this sense of presence in the space of virtual reality is made up of three illusions. We have the illusion of place, I am here, the plausibility illusion, and the illusion of embodiment, the place, the perceptive illusion of a place. When I put on my goggles, I am here because on the screen I see my environment. So what happens to me as a body is pre-reflexive, is automatic, is so there's immersion, or you have a sense of immersion or a sense of tension. And this illusion is a key component of the VR experience and is a precondition of learning in VR. So the next illusion has to do with plausibility, the plausibility and the credibility of the environment, assuming that it happens here and now, and the body ownership illusion. Here we have a character, we can embody an avatar, and we can be a ghost, a phantom observer hovering in this space. Since we feel and we respond as we do in real life, this can affect our perception and interpretation of the VR scene. We can move on towards proxemics and the relation of the place and our comfort zone, our sense of physical comfort. I don't want to go into that. But based on this, taking this fundamental issue, the sense of presence as an example, we see the complexity of the processes underpinning presence. So switching on codification and defining concepts, designing pictograms, we want to expedite communication in order to have neuro associations because we have diverse teams. This is not purely educational, although it's intended to be educational, but it's meant to make our work easier. And you can also draw a symbol. I mean, on the margin of a text, we can just draw a symbol, and that means something in the script. So without knowing the cognitive and emotional processes in the experience, we can't really speak constructively about numerous aspects of virtual environments. And nor can we call them to life. One example that recently inspired me to think about it is abuse, the abuse in Meta, which led to a discussion on whether the experience of abuse is physical or virtual. And there was a polarization. You had two extreme positions. We believe that it's a hybrid experience of abuse. It's not sexual assault, nor is it something that can be considered as irrelevant. It's a hybrid experience of abuse. So what does that mean? We don't entirely know yet because the language is still emerging. And how will it? What will it mean in the future? As legally, in legal terms, that remains to be seen, because there is reluctance to formalize certain things legally as well. So that's something we're encountering, we're dealing with as a limitation. That's a restriction we're dealing with. Now I wanted to show you the complexity of the taxonomy of this hybrid experience. How many various categories, collective, how many XR can have. So you have virtual, augmented, mixed, mediated reality. You have multi-mediated, inclusive, which also contains elements of the real world. So when you look at it, you see a whole spectrum of experience, depending on the type of technology, the type of narration, and the physical and virtual things implied in a given piece. So the purpose is to expand, enlarge the spectrum of works available within XR. So to summarize my talk, I can do that in one sentence. Here goes. So I'm all in favor of codification because I think we need a new idiom, a new language to discuss the complex hybrid experience of participation in virtual environments mediated through the body and autonomous responses of the nervous system, which is not something we had when dealing with the film medium. And on that, I wanted to ask, having said that, I want to ask Michał to deliver a presentation, and I want to leave that over for our discussion. I want to put that, Michał. I want so we can comment, so we can have a back and forth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Let me just set up my presentation.
Wyświetla się tam, a u mnie się nie wyświetla, ale no dobra. Ok, wyświetlało się wcześniej inaczej, ale to nie jest jakiś duży problem, natomiast nie reaguje górna prezentacja z jakiegoś powodu. Od początku spróbujmy tak nacisnąć. No, na próbie działało. Tak to właśnie jest z technologią.
And that's technology for you.
Być może jakaś pomoc będzie potrzebna.
I might need some technical assistance.
Tak. Z jakiegoś powodu nie włącza się tryb prezentacji.
For some reason I can't get the slides to change.
Dobra. O, świetnie. Dobra. Dobra. Okej. To wspaniale, że się udało w takim razie.
Okay, we're in business, and I will refer to what Paula said, using the term codification. The term conventionalization is close to codification. My name is Michał Pabisz-Orzeszyna. I teach film and audiovisual media at the University of Łódź. And since 2019, I've been watching the VR lab. I conducted dozens of interviews with artists working with experimental immersive pieces. It's a work in progress. I wanted to thank Paula and Jacek for allowing me to conduct these interviews, and I also wanted to thank all my interlocutors. My observation as a participant began in 2019, although I had learned about the lab a year previously, and barring unofficial information, in 2018, on November 11th specifically, I chanced across a press release to the effect that the visual narrative lab was being established, and on exactly the same day, I had a talk with Claire Pieman, who directed a documentary about Robbie Mueller, a famous DOP who had worked with Wim Wenders and Lars von Trier on Breaking the Waves or Dancing in the Dark. And it's not a coincidence, because Robbie Mueller, especially in his work with von Trier, worked on conventionalizing the aesthetics of Dogma 95. Miller also experimented with the production cycle in digital recording, was able to stabilize the workflow. He wasn't the only person. Krzysztof Ptak was working on the same thing at the film school, how to work with digital cameras, how to make that work more conventional. Miller was fascinated with digital filming, and together with von Trier he managed to conventionalize the language. Of course, digicams in film are different than 360-degree animation, but digital cameras were the topic of my conversation with a cinematographer at vnLab. He said that working with lighting on a VR set, he says, you light it just as you did when digital cameras were new, because the Insta-Titan are problematic, so you have to step 20 years back to the day when digital cameras were a novelty, were being introduced. And finally, the same person said this, and it was memorable: somebody has to tell this story somehow. Finally, I'm wondering who's supposed to tell the story, what is the story, and what is the purpose. The intuition is that it's people like me they had in mind, and it's truly stressful, because persons interested in art prefer to look at art instead of giving advice to artists who know better than I do. So at the end of my presentation, I want to rephrase that sentence, but as someone from the humanities, as someone with a background in the humanities, if this goes on, I won't make it in 15 minutes. Okay, we are not seeing the next slide, so it goes. Okay, in that case, I'll stop the timer.
Ten powinien się teraz pojawić, a nie chce się pojawić. Możemy odpalić jeszcze raz ten plik na przykład.
Bo tak, bo...
Spróbujmy, nie?
Nie, bo to wygląda jakby na łączu był jakiś problem, ale...
Ja tam mam dalej obrazy z XV wieku.
I have 15th century paintings from an Italian cathedral, which would be difficult for me to describe. I would really have to show you.
włączmy pozostałe, bo najwyraźniej chyba...
Może macie Państwo dwie prezentacje otwarte równocześnie.
Nawet więcej.
Dobrze, jeszcze raz, to jest ten, tak?
Dobra, tak. Teraz mamy zdupliskowany, więc... A teraz widzicie, że ja to sobie wszystko przygotowałem. O co mówię? Czara autentyzmu prysu. Może tu w prawym dolnym rogu spróbujemy? Ten guzik. Okej. Nie, ten.
Tak.
O, ten. Udało się.
Udało się.
Dobra, okej. I teraz widać nawet moje notatki. Pięknie. Dobrze. Okej, no dobra, to tutaj mamy Robiego Millera i tu
Okay, so
mamy,
that was Robbie Miller,
którą sobie zapisałem,
and
że co gorsza,
this
jako
is
przedstawiciel
something I
humanistyki,
wrote down as
najbardziej
somebody with a
rozgadanej,
background in
dziedziny
the
nauki, jestem w
humanities, the
zasadzie
most
organicznie niezdolny do tego,
garrulous
żeby zredukować 3 lata
discipline.
obserwacji
I
rozmów do
can't
15
boil
minutowej
down
reprezentacji,
3
którą
years
uprawiam.
of
Mogę jednak
conversations
dokonać
to a
montażu różnych
15-minute
wątków, które
presentation,
gromadzę
but
pod
I
wspólnym
can
wezwaniem
do
o
a
konwencjonalizacji
mashup
twórczości VR,
of
co nazywa
various
kodyfikacją,
things,
ja nazywam bardziej
what
konwencjonalizacją,
Paula calls
którą na ten
codification
moment
and
prowadziłbym
I
też do
call
takiego wezwania,
conventionalization.
aby mniej myśleć o production
So we
value,
think
o
less in
wartości
terms
produkcyjnej
of
utworów
production
audiowizualnych,
value
a
of
więcej właśnie
audiovisual
o
works
wartościowych konwencjach
and
i
more about
umowności estetycznej.
conventions
I aby przejść od
and
production value do skill
conventions
value, o czym
and
powiem w dalszej
to
części
move
mojego
from
wystąpienia.
production value
Więcej
to
cyrkulacji
skill
idei, więcej
value, so
komunikacji.
more
Schody,
circulation
to
and
jest
more
AI
communication.
PowerPointa, który wskoczył w wyniku tej
The
okazji.
escalator
Nie mam
is
pojęcia,
a
dlaczego
PowerPoint AI. I have no idea why PowerPoint came up with this escalator, this image, but I decided to leave it, communication as a staircase. Anyway, I'll be talking about scattered issues. I'll be talking about Hamburg, Bucharest, Florence, New York, LA, Zlin, 2022, as well as 1488. So it's all haphazard, it's pretty scattered, but us people in the humanities tend to be scatterbrained. I just got back from a conference in Bucharest. Next, together with the Bucharest Film School, the best keynote was delivered by Stefanos Levidis from Forensic Architecture. Somebody also gave a presentation about the flatness. Of course, everybody focused on Georges Didi Huberman and Lev Manovich. As you might know, Didi Huberman is the most influential art historian of the last 50 years, while Lev Manovich is the most influential scholar of the new media over the last 30 years. So it was interesting to listen to them. Lev Manovich climbed on stage, took over the mic, and in a very peremptory manner, she said that studying Abraham Warburg, whom Huberman has been studying for the past 40 years, is pointless. It's pointless because what Abraham Warburg did was innovative. So Didi Huberman studies Warburg for the past 40 years. Abraham Warburg in the late 1920s came up with his atlas of images, 63 panels with photographic reproductions, which he arranged in ways that were to show the longue durée of pathos in Western culture. Huberman, but Manovich climbed the stage and says that studying Warburg is pointless because in his time and in the late 20s, Giga Vertov didn't work with 63 panels with thousands of images, but in his films he juxtaposed thousands of images as he did in the 11th. If that wasn't enough from Manovich's standpoint, during his keynote, he said, but today when we have computers and we click Google Images, we have a Warburgian image atlas. So whenever we do an image search, so what Warburg did in the 1920s was not innovative. Looking at examples, Manovich quoted his projects, which he did for Cultural Analytics Lab, a project which puts together 5,000 impressionist paintings, looking at the aesthetic patterns. These are things he did 10 years ago, so it doesn't seem very innovative, but Manovich claims that they are still innovative. So devices, things like this, have become democratic, like other works by Manovich's lab, putting together 1 million pages from manga for boys and manga for girls. So putting them together and visualizing the saturation and the brightness of about 1 million pages and 4,500 covers of Time magazine. And this is linear. Every cover is compressed to 1 pixel. So it's clear that when you look at these 10-year-old projects, there were many of them done by the Cultural Analytics Lab. These aren't merely aesthetic objects that are pretty. They also have an epistemic value, cognitive value, and academic scientific value, and what's most important, they are rooted in technology. So saying that it all depends on technology, that it's all derived from technology, is fundamental for Manovich. And a question we have to ask, let me roll back, looking at these visualizations, are we looking at the rhetorical object of the manga or Time magazine covers, or are we looking at the technology that produced these images? So what is being experienced here? Are we experiencing patterns that derive from Time magazine covers, or the computer that generated those images? And that's a relevant question, because we could ask people who promote technological deterministic approach to virtual reality. Jeremy Bailenson, a well-known scholar of virtual interaction. He has a lab at Stanford University, and he determines the value of VR on the development of technology in a fairly optimistic sense. So the person who was invited by Bailenson on stage, is that person experiencing a coral reef, or is that person experiencing a rhetorical work that shows that you shouldn't acidify the ocean? Or is that person experiencing, and that's the question, are they experiencing technology? So what's the dominant feature of that person's experience? Moving up onto my interviews, there's an ambivalent attitude to technology. Jacek and Pola mentioned this during their panel. Technology is not seen as transparent, nor is it seen as something that gives rise to optimism by persons involved with the lab. It says that we're competing with the startups in terms of innovation, or from novelty to novelty, we're chasing after the new, the spectacular. Everybody wants to be the first. There's this hype. If you do a new media event, it's also cool to show someone in goggles, and that makes it all very high-tech. And I think the most interesting quote is, if I hold anything against the whole business, the business business, the whole discipline that tries to design a new language is that it's following the same path, so it will be dependent on business, it will have to be productive, and renounces its culture-making role. How should VR be culture-making? What does that mean? Inspiring culture, I mean, supporting museums, or promote literacy, or what else? Recently, I thought about Howard Becker 40 years ago. He wrote a breakthrough, a seminal book, Art Worlds, and my position at the moment is as follows. So this culture-making role means creating a VR world in the social sense. So the culture-making would mean creating virtual reality worlds. In his book, Becker writes a lot about conventions, which he looks at philosophically. He treats convention, along with David Lewis, a philosopher, as a question of cooperation, so convention as something that enables cooperation, because within a community of people united who have a same goal, these people should understand one another in terms of the decisions they make, and that's how Lewis understands convention. So it's more arcane knowledge, and here's a clip from a documentary that I can't seem to play. Oh, well, whatever, never mind. It's about working at the Prague animation studio, Bratři v triku. It's a studio, and it shows that it's a tacit, that they understand each other without words. They're focused on what they do, because the convention of co-working makes lack of communication possible. I don't know if that's what vnLab is about. I don't know if if we're aiming at a stage, a situation where people don't need to talk. So let me understand convention as an aesthetic pattern. Becker treats conventions as patterns. He analyzes aesthetic convention, as something that delineates a horizon of expectation. So we expect, we know that the work is almost over, the film's almost over, or it allows us to understand what the role a given POV perspective has. And he writes about the Oberlin dance collective. What he does, and so conventions are meant to help us understand the merit, the values of an artistic message. A work of art does not mean to implement a convention, but even if it subverts a convention, even if it goes against the grain, as was the case with Robbie Miller and his work with Lars von Trier. And now I want to move to a fairly unusual comparison. A book that was written 50 years ago is Michael Baxendel's book about the Quattrocento, which I found fascinating, which fascinated me last month. It's a book that's about the shift in the 15th century from the value of a work of art being measured by the content to the point where value is a function of the skill of an artistic collective. And value can, of course, be understood in different ways. So this is an example. This is the Ghirlandaios, the Adoration of the Magi, which was commissioned by the Innocenti Hospital in Florence. And this is the contract signed with the painter, which very specifically defines find what needs to be used, the proportion of gold and ultramarine and silver which needed to be used, the pigments. So this is a fairly characteristic contract according to the author. So it doesn't really matter what the painting depicts. The main thing is that it has a lot of ultramarine, which was the most expensive pigment at the time, and it shaped the composition of paintings, like the composition of Di Giovanni's Saint Francis and the Poor Knight. And so the cloak and the sky was to have be painted with using a lot of ultramarine, which was a way of showing the value of this work of art. Ultramarine, as you know, was a rare and valued pigment that was imported from the lapis lazuli was imported from specifically Afghanistan. Lapis lazuli was used to make ultramarine. Gold, of course, was an expensive pigment, so you could call these works of art like conflict minerals, like tungsten today, or gold. So actually, you have a work of art, and it's good when it contains a lot of conflict minerals. That's a paradox. But it's also composed in such a way to highlight the material content, the pigments used to make it. So it shows that perhaps we're living at a time when Netflix is a gatekeeper of quality in terms of substance, so uses the controlling the cameras that were used and other aesthetic parameters. In VR, it can be similar. This changes in the 15th century. The contract Signorelli signed for the frescoes at the cathedral in Orvieto is more about skill. And this has to do with, this also is related to the theory. In the mid-15th century, you have Alberti's De Pictura, where he defines the value, he writes the value of painting is not related to material, and he ridicules it. He says that illusion, convention is what determines the value of a work of art, not the pigments used. And fast forward 500 years, one of my interviewees says the technology can be faulty, but as long as the work isn't naive in narrative terms, so if you have the core, if you have the substance, the work will have value even a few dozen years down the road. So the value of VR works will not depend on technology. It will depend on something that's called substance, or something which I'd call a relationship to convention. And what's also very relevant, and this is an interview with Ladislav Palka, who's involved in another project we're doing with the University of Brno about this animation studio. This is an animator and a set designer. Palka says that his goal was not to have fluency, was not to have seamlessness, but details, the little details that his colleagues and fellow animators will recognize and appreciate. This is interesting, and I'm almost done. And this is really interesting because this tension is present in statements by my interviewees. So whether this value will depend on the material contents or skill. So this is another great quote, which is too long to read. I can... But this is a great quote which says, okay, assume that we're on set. I can look at it photographically as a filmmaker. They're similar. When I see where the windows are, how the geometry works, space and light. And I also think we need to think about virtual space the same way. But it's a different composition. I perceive the space of virtual reality different than I do everyday reality, even though VR seems close to everyday experience because we are surrounded by 3D space in real life, but it being VR, we experience it differently. So this shows, I like it, because it shows that VR has a different aesthetics, and it might need conventional aesthetics, but it's an aesthetic that's distant, that's not incommensurate with everyday experience. Even if we are talking about real life, what we experience it differently for various reasons, optical and so on. And I think that value, as Alberti also wrote, is when you work with the difference between your experience of the real world and the world which is recorded with the use of devices. So we need to construct a VR art as construed as people and convention. So this conventionality, this arbitrary nature, which facilitates cooperation and communication, and convention works if the ecosystem of knowledge distribution also works. Getting back to this quote, somebody finally has to find a way of telling the story. Everybody has to talk about it. I'm not saying that it's just me. I'm not kind of shifting the blame or the burden, but we need a communication ecosystem that will expedite the circuit of knowledge, the exchange of knowledge about VR. Thank you.
Tylko nie widzę myszy. Wspaniale, wszystko widać. Dzień dobry Państwu, witam.
Good afternoon.
Zgromadzonych tutaj oraz tych, którzy nas oglądają.
Hello to everybody who is gathered here and those watching online.
Wyżej? Bliżej? Dobrze. Ja jestem zgodny i posłuszny. Nie wiem.
Seems more complicated than necessary. So I'll be speaking and hopefully we can get the sound to work. So I am very pleased to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us, scholars, researchers, to such a conference. On several occasions, we proposed that we should meet more often and talk. If not for the pandemic, we would have met every year. And if the pandemic had not prevented those annual meetings, I think we would be much further today than we are, even though we have achieved quite a lot, as I will show you. I also want to tell the organizers that I'm never going to speak after humanists again. I'm more of a numbers guy, and I'm not so articulate as Michał, for instance. So I think I might do poorly by comparison. Also, thank you for accepting my paper, because I think that the
topic I proposed. I'm a bit ashamed of it because it seems boring compared to the previous presentations, but we have to deal with it somehow. So I will be talking about the convergence of science and art plus audiences. I thought this was lightning, a humanistic lightning that was coming to get me. So, history is full of examples of such mutual cross-fertilizations because art drew on the knowledge supplied by science, whereas scientists often gained new perspectives and new ideas, new hypotheses, new approaches to their own discoveries from art. So art gave us a new way of seeing, a new vantage point that we scientists, from which we scientists could question our ideas. But looking at art, and this often happens, art only as a means of communicating scientific ideas is quite an oversimplification, because from my point of view, art is intuition, telling a story, emotions, relationships. So all the things that can help scientists look at the world in a new light and to ask questions that they wouldn't have thought of otherwise. At the same time, science is also about the scientific method, formulating questions, hypotheses, verifying hypotheses. Hence, I think that artists and scientists should be in dialogue, should get to know one another, get to know the interpretations of concepts that we each have. These interpretations sometimes overlap, but at other times they mean different things. So build relationships, which is very difficult for some scientists to do. And one catalyst for this to happen is the development of technology, of VR technology, which for both fields has become a new tool and also a research subject. It has allowed scientists to imagine things that are not available to the senses, things that are too small to see, for example. This is an example from our research, which we recently concluded, a research on, those PM particles in the air. They're very small, for instance, 2.5 micrometers, whereas a hair has 500 micrometers, so they are essentially invisible to the eye. Those experts say they kill about 7 million people annually, but the people who produce them are not exactly inclined to change their behaviors so as to curb those emissions, because the health effects only become manifest the health effects are manifest before the particles can be detected. So there's an idea for VR to help us notice those particles, so that their producers, those who emit them, can change their way of operating. So VR is also used to bring free exploration of nature into the lab, which allows us to maintain precise control of what is happening during an experiment, the psychophysiological measurements, which are practically impossible outside the lab, but without losing the psychological realism. So basically, the things that are happening in the mind of a person when they face a situation, which in this case is staged or arranged by us in a lab. VR development for artists also pushes them towards seeking a new language, and this theme has come up time and time again today. VR pieces, VR works generate new meanings and emotions. So it's a great opportunity
instead of looking at the world through a keyhole or through a frame, broader, wider than a keyhole, but still a hole of sorts, instead in VR we can put the viewer in the middle of the stage and bombard them with multi-sensory stimuli. This gives rise to problems because the participant or the viewer is in mid-stage. They can walk around, touch objects, and their expectations grow as opposed to the earlier representations. If creators can match those expectations, then participants will get a multisensory experience whose impact on the conscious and non-conscious level is then read by scientists. And the scientists can give these as feedback to creators who can then include that information received from scientists into their designs, into their works, to improve the quality of the experience for the user. So here we have this circle of impact where success depends on whether creators, scientists, and participants who can also give feedback, to what extent we appreciate each other's contribution. This will allow us, thanks to the fact that we can meet and talk, and this will allow us to understand one another better. So our role was to try to interpret participants' statements and glean all kinds of information from those. So what kind of feedback can we offer? We can find out quite a lot from participants, whether they want to say it, to convey it or not. This is a bit of an ethical matter. Of course, we asked our research participants whether they give consent to take part, and they voluntarily share their information, their data with us. But often we don't have to ask them about their impressions, their experience. We don't even have to talk to them. We don't have to ask questions directly or via questionnaires. All we have to do is look at their physiological reactions, their behavior, their movement in space, their physiological stimulation, heartbeat, eye movement, and so on. And these things tell us a lot more about what they are experiencing while in real time while in the VR experience. Quote, virtual reality envelops the user, replacing the physical world with a 3D computer-generated stage. The virtual scenarios are realistic and create realistic reactions on the neurophysiological, psychological, or even the social level. Two important things, enveloping and replacing one world with another. This gives rise to expectations which, in my view, are proportional to the accuracy of the illusion, as Paula said earlier. And one brief comment. I don't exactly agree that the illusion of presence arises automatically. It's not enough to put on VR goggles to be immersed or enveloped, as I will show you in some of our results. So the expectations are proportional to the accuracy of the illusion. So a person thinks, I'm in a space, I want to get to know it, I want to touch objects, I want to experience emotions, I want to feel pleasure, I want to learn about a story, I want to see, to experience something. That's why I'm here. But where am I? The scene is all around me, so the viewer says, well, I expect for things to happen all around me, interesting things. So are we capable of meeting those expectations? Our experience tells us no, not in every case. So let's have a look at the data. At this point, When I saw Michał's diagrams, it occurred to me I should remove some of my slides. This is quite old and maybe no longer so interesting. This is a simplified diagram of the circular average, so the direction in which VR participants look in two VR scenarios. These experiences are almost identical, but one of them is interactive and the other is its film equivalent. So how can we interpret this? So let's take one part of this visualization. This is our audience. These are people. So let's take this person. So an arrow for Miłosz Hermanowicz. Of course, I'm kidding. Ethically, we don't know which arrow represents whom. It's always anonymized. But let's assume that we have Michał Hermanowicz with this longer middle arrow and two shorter ones on the sides. So the longer one is the circular average, so where the person is looking most of the time. The others are standard, the side ones are standard deviations, so where they turn, if they turn at all. The lighter, the greater the variance of those gazes. So what would we have expected? Well, we might expect that the arrows would point in different directions, maybe like those here. The standard deviations will be wide, will be big, because people are exploring the space and enraptured. But that's not what is happening. Nearly everybody keeps looking in the same direction all the time. It's sort of as if you had a static screen in a 360-degree space, and you projected a static film onto a screen set up in one place. There's one difference here, one part that is more differentiated. On the right, do you think this is the film version or the interactive version? No. Is it the interactive one in that case, on the right-hand side? 3, 4, 5, 6. Arms raised, hands raised. There are more people here in the audience, not too many guesses. So, which is the interactive one? It is the interactive one on the right, indeed. There is more movement. It has more variance. The positive conclusion is that the artists, were able to attract and maintain the viewer's attention quite well. The bad news is that we simply used old means in a new medium, and we can see this comparing the variance of both experiences. Blue is the interactive experience, and we see that it's more towards the higher values, so the interactivity makes people more exploratory, makes them explore more. Here again, I'm looking at Michał. This is night. It's a diagram that shows several million looks. So here a comparison of who in which experience looks where. So we see that the majority of gazes focus on one selected part of this 3D space. Two simple conclusions. Participants, those in blue, of the cinematic experience, they look along the equator, whereas those in the interactive experience tend to also look up more often. If we move on to presence now, this can also be well illustrated. Here we see how different types of experience correspond to different
amounts of expectations or different types of expectations. So the dotted line is the middle of the scale. There's no presence below, no illusion of presence below the dotted line. So the flat screen experience created no illusion of presence, whereas the cinematic or all-round experiences did create more of an illusion of presence, although not too strikingly. And the last two digital generated experiences sparked much more of a sense of presence than the cinematic ones. Hence, my conclusion is that expectations matter. And I think that cinematic photorealistic experiences create expectations like those towards the world around us, because we see, if we see a tree, we see leaves wavering in the breeze, we expect to feel the breeze in our skin, but there's nothing when you extend your hand. But when you have the digitally generated experience, either we have smaller expectations or we don't know what to expect, so we're simply exploring and immersing ourselves in the experience. Finally, artists have succeeded very well in evoking physiological stimulation, especially when we have we see a steep rise in stimulation with unpleasant sounds in that experience. So a brief summary, what works, what doesn't? I think we have not succeeded in creating an experience, at least of those that we have studied, which fully exploits the possibilities of VR space. In part, we were able to create the illusion of presence, and for the moment, we know that computer-generated experiences, interactive experiences, work better in stimulating emotions and physiological reactions. Where can we go from here? Well, we can take it into space, specifically to space stations. Artistic experiences created at the vnLab were used as part of a study that we carried out together with the Polish-Japanese Academy of Computer Technologies, a 2-day simulation mission in isolation on a space station and a moon station. The staff are isolated there in the same conditions as those obtaining in space. They have specific tasks and they get in touch with the world just as astronauts do when they are at international space stations or on a moon, an eventual moon station. Importantly, such astronauts need to be kept in good physical and mental condition. Till now, various VR experiences have been used to give them that experience, a good, to make them feel better, mostly involving nature. We also used art. We were the first to do so in practice, so we created a case study using those mission people. So we created a natural environment where they could, in which they could freely explore natural spaces. And 2 versions, cinematic one and an interactive one. And these were shown randomly to different participants in the mission. So in the second half, because we know that the crisis comes around the middle of the mission with the most negative psychological and physiological symptoms occurring. So the first conclusion was that at those moments when people experienced VR, we saw a drop in asthenia. So it's this negative syndrome, pains, a drop in motivation, a drop in affect. So in the VR experience, these symptoms declined, regardless of what VR experience it was. But the interactive artistic experience is judged to be just as relaxing as the nature exploration experience, unlike the cinematic experience, which got a lower score. The interactive experience was most attractive to mission participants. In fact, they said that they would like to have such experiences, art experiences available during an actual space mission for which they are preparing. And on this positive note, I'm drawing to my conclusion. All that we do is thanks to a number of individuals, too numerous to mention here. The conclusion is essentially that thanks to our collaboration, we were able to do all this. We've all been able to develop and develop ourselves. So let's now get on to the discussion.
Ten na pewno działa, jakbyś.
Dobrze, zapraszam Cię tu, Grzegorzu. Nie wiem, ile mamy czasu, ponieważ wszystkie prezentacje...
Okay, I don't know how much time we have because we are a little bit over time. I'd put it at about 0 minutes. I have a couple of questions. I don't know how many questions we have time for, because on the one hand, I'd like to build on the mission of ETSAR, what you said about using nights in space, because our VR piece is in outer space virtually. On the one hand, that's what I wanted to talk about, but I also wanted to get back to the main question. Are we communicating effectively? Can we say more about the benefits and the future of Alpha XR, and then move on to communication? We can go whichever way you want. Okay, Alpha XR, just to comment on what Grzegorz said. Our team, it was an international mission. It was Polish-German. I don't know if that's popular today or not, but it does have an international dimension. Yes, there were more Poles, and we came first. Hooray! No, but actually it was supra-national, because there's a badge for every mission, a badge and national flags. We didn't have a national flag. We had the European Union flag, although that might smack of heresy today. The team wanted it to be a very open experience, and generally the nature of the mission. I'm a member of a topical team at ESA, the European Space Agency. They have a work group on human performance, space analog. So they're analogous, not analog. So it's analogous to space flight or a stint at a space station, the ISS, or perhaps a lunar station. And what do we experience there as people? That's the human factor. And it's for a reason that we're here today. We have the logos behind us. There's COBO, HAZE, Human Aspects in Science and Engineering. And for a number of years with Grzegorz and the Polish Academy of Science, the State Research Institute, a data processing lab, the high-tech labs, and as well as another university. We explore the interface, the boundary of technology. And so it's not technology, but technique. So because, okay, never mind the terms, but this is the boundary, the frontier between putting applied technology and what it can give us, and human needs, the needs of us astronauts as potential of future astronauts. So there's a lot of factors. Grzegorz mentioned them, but it's a question of peak performance, of being at peak performance as astronauts, as scientists in space missions, on space missions. So it's not that only ex-military pilots can fly to space, but also ordinary people, I mean ordinary millionaires. But nonetheless, it's just like an exotic excursion to a remote site. But for research missions, a lot depends on the parameters. Individual parameters can deteriorate. Individual performance can deteriorate. The question is how to keep this performance as good as possible. So you have well-being, this sense of well-being, as well as cognition, concentration, and a number of psychological indicators that affect performance. So we're on a mission, we have a task, we have a job, and we need to do the job well enough, depending on how much time we've spent in isolation. And isolation in space, gravity, for instance, is different. Either there's zero gravity or there's reduced gravity. We can't simulate that on Earth. But what we can is simulate isolation, being in a confined space. It's like hardcore lockdown with no balconies. And so how to support people in lockdown, in isolation, and this is where our collective steps in. It's a grassroots initiative. I hope it's sustainable. And we've we've embarked on a new area, space exploration. And like Grzegorz said, VR is not just employee training. So there's an astronaut training center outside of Cologne where they use VR to work the machinery, the equipment better, so they can practice. But VR here is used not just for technical prowess or skills, but as a way to improve well-being. And but that's not where it ends. That's not all of it. I won't take up too much of your time. Also, in terms of the objectives of ESA, we want a direct contribution. We want this space. I mean, none of us will obviously go. I mean, I really don't expect to go to outer space. But what we discover in the course of these experiments might be useful here on Earth, might have an application for the elderly, for people in lockdown. Okay, there's new pandemics on their way. If you look at the sewage, if the sewage is anything to go by, we might have a new lockdown, maybe not as radical as isolation pods in space. the elderly, people with disabilities, or people who are temporarily in confinement, and how this isolation affects their well-being. So art can be, actually VR, so it's not just about showing wide open spaces, but to people in confinement, but we worked with senior citizens. It's a lot easier to get feedback from people on Earth than from prospective astronauts, people who are excluded. And this closes, this bridges technology, art, experiment, research, application, and senior citizens gave us a lot of feedback. And there's a lot of performative applications in VR available. We analyzed the response, and a lot of people identify VR with photorealism, and that is appealing in itself. As you said in the presentations, it's a gimmicks, or it's this novelty factor. We have tools. In VR, the parameters are different because, in fact, people can be fascinated that they're immersed in a different reality. So it's not isolation that's meant to be unpleasant, but people actually enjoy it, I think. So it's a question of redefining the language of communication, the multi-sensory language, and this multi-sensory, it's not something we've studied in depth. It's not just a visual experience. It's also tactile, olfactory, auditory, and there's a whole synesthesia, a synergy of these senses, but also artistically, because this can also have, so equating photorealism and the convention. So as somebody said yesterday, conventionality, the conventional nature of artistic creation is a way of going beyond, going outside our natural cage, whereby we associate photorealism with reality. So we have computer-generated forests, but we can't touch a tree. We can't smell a tree. We're not in a forest, we're in a lab. So there's a degree of illusion, but it's not a direct analog of reality. And so that's why we slice it up to produce a forest that will seem realistic, but people won't challenge it, won't subvert that illusion, won't shatter that. So maybe that produces an effect that's better, that's much better, without the need for to introduce new stimuli, to expand, to build on this multi-sensory experience, the plausibility of the world, of the convention that Michał mentioned. It's convincing enough, and so there's no need for you to go into to try and simulate nature, because that's counterproductive. So it doesn't produce an effect. This uncanny. What? Oh, so this robot. If you have a robot that's very human-like, but there's something missing and you don't quite know what, the response is much worse than when you have an angular metal robot with antennae. I'm not saying that you should try and so you need to be subtle here. I mean, people don't, so you don't raise expectations unnecessarily. On the contrary, there's a different level of immersion. It's an age-old dispute. It seems that we sit down and there's something happening in VR. It's an artistic but also a scientific challenge. Grzegorz showed us the charts, but it's all been programmed. We can collate and collect the data in real time and very precisely put them in time and define which stimulus produced which response, psycho-physical, what stimulates our body. Eye tracking, for instance, but also we can study cognitive burden, the cognitive effort, or HRV. There's a lot, I mean, we can also test various parameters, so it's not all that easy to develop a tool because there's a lot of variables and we're actually wondering what it is we're studying. So this isolation where we chop it all up into pieces and it's explorative, but again, the research is done to analyze a specific stimulus, but we have a work, a gestalt. It's a work that's...
So thanks to the fact that Wiesław and his team and the people from MOPI gave us some very good tracking tools that we can give you answers to those questions. So slicing up, cutting up a piece and giving you the data, that's what it's for, so that later on we can draw conclusions. So if the artist assumed that in second 15 the participants' attention will be intense and the emotions will just go through the roof, we can tell you whether that actually happened. It looks like we're technocrats, just measuring, weighing, and even that's what Grzegorz said. He's a numbers guy, but that's not all that we're interested in. Our milieus allow, or our environments allow us to connect those data. The declarative descriptive data provided in statements by participants, and that's why we have all this psychophysiology. It's not so much that we lie, but we're unable to say the truth. And here's where I fully agree with Paula. Whereas we have to talk about emotions, because that makes sense. How we feel emotions is individual, but stress is hard to communicate because it's hard to verbalize, to conceptualize. So the physiological measurements, the level of cortisol, these are the hard markers that tell us that a person is stressed or not. But we still have to ask people how they felt about their emotions, about their reception, because we are living beings, and although computers are there doing something, most people don't know how computers work. But it allows us to assume a certain level of abstraction and determine that what comes out is useful. And here we come back to machine learning, AI. It's not important how it's done, but what comes out is what we're interested in, and that's what comes out of this research. So you said one thing that was inspiring to me. I remembered that I forgot to say that this is the convergence element, because we scientists, thanks to artists and thanks to the works, the pieces that we've studied, we've been able to collect tons of data which help us to improve our methods, our ways of differentiating between emotions, attention, temperaments, people's temperaments based on hitherto unobvious, difficult to observe things like movement dynamics, and rotations, a heartbeat, and so on. Anything that was measurable. Till now, before we asked, and now we simply look at how much electricity comes out. So those are the benefits of cooperation. But what about the humanists? And what does it look like from the humanists' side? I'm a bit in awe of the organizers, or intimidated by Anya nodding her head. Or Anya, can I still say my thing? So just one very short comment regarding this slicing up. So dividing up the temporal piece into small stimuli. This is a question of to what extent qualitative methods can help us determine how a given reaction or physiological reaction is a reaction to that specific stimuli at that moment, or is it the result of a sequence of stimuli, or the reappearance of a certain theme in the narrative. So we have a character who was there 8 minutes ago and now they reappear. So the question is, the affective reaction, is it due to the spatial composition or the closeness or the sound? Or is it due to the fact that we saw this character before and now they're coming back? Or is it due to the dramaturgical unfolding of the action? I'm not saying this in order to question the idea of measuring various parameters, but to emphasize that all of these methods complement one another, allowing us to better understand what is happening. That's quite obvious. We need both the measurements and a holistic look at what is happening to recombine it all into a single image. And that's the end goal. We want to use all kinds of data. But there's nothing wrong with seeing where somebody is looking and seeing that their heart is beating faster. But we need to also look at the qualitative and the feedback from the participants who might say, well, here I felt I was more stressed because I was rooting for this person or I had seen them before. So statements which appear in the interviews that we've done. We also know whether the character had appeared before or not. Was the participant aware that this is the same person? We don't know this. But we could if we analyze the oscillations of the brain, then yes, we can determine that. So now we return to the subject that Paula touched on, that we won't go into because I know we have to wrap up. Our mics will be turned off and we'll just be moving our lips. So creating those environments is difficult because it requires the convergence, the synergetic effect. It requires a mutual overcoming of transgressing limits. So together with the psychologists, we have to look at what is happening psychologically. The psychologists have to take into account what a computer can generate, what it can collect. And thirdly, we have the artists, which requires something. It requires transdisciplinarity rather than interdisciplinarity, because we are an example of simple physical rules, a bit of warm water, amino acids, a lot of iterations, 3 billion years, and a life form comes out of the sea, shakes the water off, and here we are. It's non-linear. Evolution is non-linear. So if you were to take a bird's eye view of human history, the Anthropocene is minuscule. You don't see the Nile or the Great Wall of China. So the Anthropocene is just negligible, even though it might have catastrophic consequences for ourselves. So the point is not to ignore that we are from different backgrounds, hoping that simply putting us together in one room will produce the solution in a finite period of time. This will take longer than our lifetimes. We don't know whether Shakespeare's work can be generated randomly, but it takes more time than the universe exists. So we are hoping to generate those good results randomly, but let's help each other to get those results through a transdisciplinary effort to collect information, communicate, prepare those experiments, prepare our work so as to share a perspective. It's not about putting people from different fields in a room and they'll necessarily come up with something. They need to undertake the effort, the cognitive effort to understand one another. This is also due to the hermetic languages of different fields, how we work. For example, artists are known for their critical approach to reality, which drives their creation. But on the other hand, they also question research results. Or they don't believe that quantitative measurements reflect qualitative states. So there are different things that make communication difficult between these groups. We are technically open, but in practice, you never know. We're all rooted in our own disciplines. We try to overcome these limitations, these limits, but I think it's good that they question those things, because without that questioning, we'd just be sitting down among our own kind, admiring our diagrams and charts, but then maybe they would be meaningless to others. So this is the contribution to agency and the intentionality of the creative work. It's not by chance. We often say that, well, clearly it's not the camera or the lens that makes the image. It's the same with VR. It's not that we've set something up and something is running. If you look at the charts, it's not that people are just turning around like crazy. The narrative leads, but it's unobvious how it does so, and we have to do more research. We need to draw conclusions, and there are too few of us, in fact. This is a task. This is why we mentioned all those labs around the world doing such research to create a frame of reference, and the Łódź Film School is a great place, which is recognizable all over the world for audiovisual arts, multimedia arts, and it's a great opportunity to have a Polish contribution that actually contributes not just to European space strategies, but to bring our own talent to the table, to create added value, to generate that value by artists, scientists, and so on, in combination to what is happening with all over the world, so that for even a short moment we could set the pace of those changes. It's not rocket science. We're able. We have the means, but it requires communication between all parties, artists, scientists, participants. Each of us needs to be part of this participatory approach. Summing up, there are mutual benefits, both for our respective fields and for society, but there is quite a long road ahead of us, an arduous road. That's why we need to keep working, that we've set out on, and hopefully we'll get to the terminus. Thank you very much. You are, in 5 minutes, you're invited to Professor Joanna Żylińska's show and presentation. Maybe 2 more things. Thank you for this highly interesting and multi-dimensional panel. That's it for today, but we are coming back tomorrow at 10 for day 3 of the conference. And now, as Paula said, at 5:30, in a couple of minutes, we will have a screening of Joanna's film in the cinema room. If you don't know where it is, ask at the info point. At 6 p.m. there is a curated tour by Agnieszka Sural in English, but anyone's invited. Anybody who speaks English and wants to go on the tour is welcome. At 7, you are all invited to a treat, to refreshments in room 102 on the first floor. And you're invited to networking with a DJ set and a VJ set here in this building at 8 p.m., the final item on today's agenda. See you tomorrow.